And we'll see approximately 100 adjectives in the following lesson. So the idea is to give you as many adjectives as possible at this time of your learning process, because I think it's important now. Okay, so we'll start right now. Accidentel. Vivant. Final T not pronounced. Vivant. Ancien. Remember, A-N, ancien. Ancien. En colère. E accent grave like that. Here you pronounce it E. Colère. En colère. Large. Don't insist on the final E. Large. Pieds nus. So final S here and then final S here is not pronounced. And then when you get this combination here, it's ye. Pieds. Okay, so you don't hear the D. Pieds nus. Bas, final S not pronounced. Génial. Décontracté. Okay, so you've got accent aigu here and here, so it's E. Décontracté. Okay, décontracté. En céramique. Okay, so remember this Q-U-E here will give you the sound K. Okay. Céramique, because you don't insist on the final E. Céramique. Alright? En céramique. Classique. Okay, so exactly the same thing. You don't insist on the final E, so you get K as the last sound. Classique. Côtier. Okay, so here you get this O, accent circonflexe. You tend to insist a little bit more on it, so it's a bit lower. Co. Okay, côtier. Okay, I-E-R here, ye. Côtier. Froid. Final D not pronounced. Froid. Commun. Okay, U-N-1. Commun. Confiant. Final T not pronounced. So I-A-N, yan, fiant. Confiant. Cruel. Okay, remember, cruel. Dangereux. Final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this E here. Okay, so you get dangereux. Mort. Final T not pronounced. O-R, or. Mort. Décoré. Okay, so E accent aigu, E accent aigu, E. Décoré. Décoré. Profond. Final D not pronounced. O-N-on. Profond. Individuel. Spectaculaire. Okay, so don't insist on the final E. So l'air. Spectaculaire. Spectaculaire. Tôt. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this O accent circonflexe is a bit stronger than normally, so tôt. Âgé. Okay, accent aigu here, et âgé. Électronique. Okay, so as we saw previously, Q-U-E at the end, K. Okay, électronique. Électronique. Méchant. Final T not pronounced. C-H together, sh. Méchant. Excellent. Remember, double L and E before, it will open the E, so E. Excellent. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. Passionnant. Cher. À la mode. Final E, not pronounced. À la mode. Rapide. Final E, not pronounced. So, rapide. Rapide. En forme. Final E, not pronounced. En forme. Évaser. Remember, one S between two vowels. Z. Évaser. Courant. Final T not pronounced. A-N. En. Courant. Folk. Fragile. Okay, final E not pronounced. And then when you get this G and I, J. Gilles. Fragile. Amical. Effrayant. Okay, so final T not pronounced, and then you get effrayant. Okay, effrayant. Gelé. Amusant. Final T not pronounced. Content. Final T not pronounced, so N, en as well. Content. Content. Amical. Dur. Utile. Final E not pronounced, so utile. Horrible. Okay, remember we don't pronounce H here. Horrible. Immense. Final E not pronounced. Immense. Important. So final T not pronounced. And then remember, you've got this EM, and after that it's a consonant, so it is here nasal. Important. Important. Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Indépendant. Indépendant. Informel. Intelligent. Final T not pronounced, so G-E-N, Jean, okay? Intelligent. Double L, it opens the pronunciation of your E, so it's E. Intelligent. Intéressant. Double S, same thing here. S, strong, and it opens the pronunciation of your E. Intéressant. Final T not pronounced. Humain, remember, H is not pronounced, A-I-N, un, humain. En direct. Logique, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, logique. Bas, final S not pronounced. À taille basse, okay, so basse, final E not pronounced, but then you pronounce the double S, so S, basse. And then here you get the double L after your I, remember, y, taille, à taille basse. Chanceux, final X not pronounced, this C-E-U, ce, chanceux, chanceux. De luxe. Mathématique, remember, H doesn't exist, so mathématique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end, K. Mathématique. Médical. Mémorable. Don't insist on the final E. Mémorable. Négligé. Okay, accent aigu here and here. Et négligé. Négligé. D'âge mûr. Minimum. Nerveux. Final X not pronounced. E-U, E, V, nerveux. Bruyant. Final T not pronounced. So you get bruyant. Okay? Bruyant. Bruyant. hors ligne. Final here not pronounced, so ligne. And then here, S is not pronounced, the final one, so hors. And remember, H doesn't exist. So, hors ligne. En ligne. Okay, so here, en ligne. En plein air. Alright, so you've got this air here, and then we tend to make the liaison plein air, plein air. En plein air. Douloureux. Remember, final X not pronounced, so you get this OU together, ou, douloureux. Douloureux. Populaire. Final not pronounced, so populaire. Populaire. Psychologique. Okay, remember it's an exception here because you've got this C-H-O. Normally we should pronounce it CHO, okay, but in that case we pronounce it CO. Psychologique. Remember, final Q-U-E like that. K. Psychologique. Silencieux. Final X not pronounced. Radioactif. Enregistré. Okay, so here final with the accent, so E. Okay. TR accent grave, c'est accent aigu, it's très. Alright, so enregistré. Okay, but then you don't really insist on this enregistré. Enregistré. Détendu. Okay, so E-N-N. Détendu. Détendu. Renouvelable. Look, renouvelable. Remember, bl at the end. But then this here is not really pronounced. So, renouvelable. Renouvelable. Okay, it's a bit tricky, I know, but try your best. Renouvelable. Romantique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end. K. Romantique. Royal. Okay, so same thing with this Y. Royal. 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 Sûr. Effrayé. Mitoyen. Okay, same thing with the Y that went here with effrayé and royal, sorry. So, mitoyen. Mitoyen. Peu profond. Final D not pronounced. Peu profond. Mince. Okay, mince. Irrité. Droit. So final T not pronounced. Stressé. Okay, remember you've got double S here, so you pronounce it really strong. Well, it's between two vowels. So C, alright. And then here you get this E before the double S, so it will open the pronunciation of the E. Stressé. Stressé. Stressant. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then A-N-N. Stressant. Fort. Final T not pronounced. Réussi. Okay, réussi. Réussi. Bronzé. So O-N, on, and then Z. It's really pronounced like Z. Bronzé. Bronzé. Superstitieux. Okay, so final X not pronounced. Superstitieux. Okay, remember when we get this T after E and then E here. S. Superstitieux. Superstitieux. En mitoyenneté. Okay, so mitoyenneté. En mitoyenneté. Terrifiant. Final T not pronounced. double R here, so it will open the pronunciation of your E, and then it will be est terrifiant. Résistant, final T not pronounced, résistant. Tropical. Sous-marin. Okay, so IN here, un, rein, marin, alright, and remember, sous, okay, final S not pronounced, so S-O-U, sous, sous-marin. Utile, final not pronounced, utile. Verbal. Visuel, remember it's E here and L, uel, visuel. So this would be a list of 120 adjectives, okay, and it will complete the whole adjective series that I wanted to introduce at this point of our learning process. Okay, so let's start now. Alarmant, final T not pronounced. Ambitieux, final X not pronounced, and then remember that you get this T, I, and then vowel, so si. Ambitieux, ambitieux. Amusé, okay, accent aigu at the end, so e, zé, amusé. En colère, okay, remember, accent grave, e, and then r, okay, you don't insist on the e. Colère, en colère. Artificiel. Athlétique, okay, remember that H doesn't exist, so athlétique, remember Q-U-E at the end, k. Athlétique, athlétique. Réveillé, okay, so accent aigu here and here, so E, and then you get E, and then double L, Y. Réveillé, réveillé. Mal payé, okay, remember when you get this Y and two vowels, so payé, payé, mal payé. Irritable, don't insist on the final E. Aveugle, same thing, final E, not really present. So aveugle, gl, aveugle. Bouillant, final T not pronounced. A and together, remember, nasal, en, okay? And then here you get bou, alright? And after that you get this yan, okay? Bouillant, bouillant. Autoritaire, so final not here. Autoritaire, autoritaire. Courageux, final X not pronounced. G-E-U together, they will give you this je, okay? Courageux, courageux. Large d'épaule, final S not pronounced. Large, final E here not pronounced, d'épaule. Enterré, okay, remember, and together, nasal, en, and then you get this double R here, and it will open the sound of the E, okay? Enterré, enterré. Épais, final S not pronounced, A-E together, E, épais, épais. Calme, final E, not here. Stimulant, final T not pronounced, stimulant, stimulant. Circulaire, final E not pronounced, I together, it's E, okay, so R, circulaire, circulaire. Raser de près, final S not pronounced, okay, so here you get the E accent grave, est, près, okay, here E accent aigu, et, raser. Raser de près. Confiant. Okay, final T not pronounced. So O-N, on, I-A-N, ian, confiant. Confiant. Attentionné. Okay, at the end you've got this E accent aigu, so E, A, ten, so remember, E-N, en, ten, sio, né. Attentionné. Contemporain. Okay, so I-N at the end, un. E-M here, because it's followed by a consonant here, you get this P, so it will be a nasal, so it will be en. And here another nasal, on. Contemporain. Contemporain. Condamné. Okay, so it's really strange because this M here, well, technically it's not pronounced. Condamné. Okay, condamné. Effrayant. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. Effrayant. Effrayant. Couper court. Final T not pronounced. And here you get this E accent aigu. Couper court. Fâché. Remember, C and H together. Sh, sh. And then E, ché. Fâché. Cruel. Okay, U here. Cruel. Actuel. Actuel. Mignon. Okay, here in that case, G-N-O-N, gnon. Mignon. Sourd. Final D not pronounced. O-U together, ou, sourd. Ferme. Okay, final E not pronounced. Ferme. Décoratif. Okay, E accent aigu, et, décoratif. Décoratif. Déprimé. Désert. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. Désert. And really this Z sound just because you get one S between the two vowels. Okay, Z. Désert. Décider. Okay, remember, accent aigu here and here, so et, décider. Décider. Électronique. Okay, so K at the end, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K. Électronique. Électronique. Émouvant. Final T not pronounced. A-N together. En. Émouvant. Émouvant. En voie d'extinction. En voie, final E not pronounced, d'extinction. Okay, remember, T-I-O-N, sion. Extinction. Extinction. En voie d'extinction. Énorme. Final E not pronounced, énorme. Énorme. Entier. So remember, I-E-R, yé, okay, and then the T, tier, and the nasal before, entier. Éternel. Okay, so accent aigu, éternel. Éternel. Épuisé. Okay, remember, you've got two accent aigu, épuisé. Épuisé. Disparu. Fidèle. Final E, not pronounced, so accent grave here. L, fidèle. Fidèle. Fantastique. Okay, Q-U-E at the end, K. Okay, tic. Fantastique. Fantastique. Fascinant. Final T not pronounced, so you get this an, non, fascinant. Imaginaire. Final not pronounced. Imaginaire. Imaginaire. Étranger. You gotta remember R at the end. Et. So after that, well, before that, sorry. G. So étranger. Étranger. Glacial. Frustré. À temps complet. A. Okay, so even if you've got an accent, it doesn't change the pronunciation of your A. Okay, so it's A. And then temps. Okay, so in that case, it's only the nasal here that you will hear. Temps. Okay, because the P is not pronounced and the S is not pronounced. Temps. And then complet. Okay, here a T at the end will open it. The sound of the E. So E. Okay, ple. Complet. Complet. And then OM is nasal here, just because you get your P after that. So it's on. Complet. À temps complet. À temps complet. Furieux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Furieux. Furieux. Génétique. Remember, K. Génétique. Coupable. Final not pronounced. Coupable. Coupable. Saint. Alright, so final T not pronounced, and then when you combine this A-I-N here, you get the sound. Saint. Saint. Honnête. So remember, H doesn't exist. Honnête. Horrifié. Same thing here, you don't pronounce the H. Horrifié. Exalté. Okay, so here, final with the accent, so exalté. Humain. Remember, H doesn't exist, so U, then A-I-N together, un. Humain. Humain. Hypnotique. Remember, at the end, Q-E, K, tic. So H is not pronounced. Hypnotique. Hypnotique. Illégal. Illogique. Remember, k, ik. Illogique. Ingénieux. Final X not pronounced, so I-E-U, I-E, nieux. Ingénieux. Ingénieux. Impatient. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. And then you've got this T, I, and a vowel, so sien. Sien. Impatient. Impatient. Impoli. Okay, remember, I-M, and then a consonant after, so nasal. Impoli. Impossible. Don't insist on the final E. Impossible. Incroyable. Okay, same thing here for the final E. Don't pronounce it. So, incroyable. 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 Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Pas cher. Informel. Insensible. Okay, final not pronounced. Insensible. Insensible. Irrégulier. Okay, remember, I-E-R at the end of your word here, it will be ye, okay? Irrégulier. Irrégulier. Irresponsable. Don't pronounce the final E. Bl will be the last sound. Sable. irresponsable, légal, de luxe, final not pronounced, insignifiant, okay, final T not pronounced, so you get this IAN, ian, so F before, fiant, insigni, okay, remember, GNI, ni, insignifiant, insignifiant, mineur, EUR, heure, mineur, mineur, mythique, remember, QU at the end, k, okay, and then Y is pronounced like I, H is not pronounced, T, k, mythique, d'origine, nomade, final not pronounced, officiel, paranoïaque, okay, remember, QUE, k, ac, paranoïaque, paranoïaque, pacifique, QUE, k, ic, pacifique, potelé, okay, here you don't really pronounce this potelé, potelé, psychologique, okay, remember at the end you get this k, okay, so ic, and then Y is pronounced like I, psi, and then it's an exception here because normally we should pronounce it sho, okay, but then we pronounce it ko. Psychologique. Psychologique. Raisonnable. Remember, I together, est. Raisonnable. Distant. Final T not pronounced. Distant. Gratifiant. Same thing here. Final T not pronounced. Gratifiant. Rythmique. Remember, Y pronounced like I and then H doesn't exist. Rythmique. Rythmique. En ruine. Don't pronounce the final E. Ruine. Sacré. Accent aigu at the end. Et sacré. Autosuffisant. Final T not pronounced. Autosuffisant. Autosuffisant. Censé. Final E, accent aigu, et censé. Sensible. Okay, final E not pronounced. Bl will be the last sound. Sensible. Similaire. So final E not pronounced. Okay, similaire. Mince. Final E not pronounced. IN together. Un. Mince. Lisse. Double S here, so it's really a strong S. Lisse. Okay, don't insist on the final E. Lisse. Stressant. Final T not pronounced. AN together. En. And then double S. Sans. And it will open the pronunciation of your E. So E. Stressant. Stressant. Chic. Okay, you pronounce the final C. And then CH together. Sh. Chic. De banlieue. Okay, final E not pronounced. So IEU, IE, L, lieu, banlieue. De banlieue. Très petit. Final T not pronounced. And then E is pronounced like a E. Petit. Très petit. Here, final S doesn't exist. It's not pronounced. Très petit. Très petit. Traditionnel. Okay, so you get double N here. Traditionnel. Onel. Onel. Traditionnel. Transatlantique. Okay, so at the end, tic. Remember, QUE, k. Okay. Transatlantique. atlantique, transatlantique, tribal, tropical, sans peur. Okay, pronounce the final R, E-U-R, heure, peur. Sans peur. Don't pronounce the final S here. Sans peur. Inconfortable. Okay, don't pronounce final E. Table. Inconfortable. Inconfortable. Au chômage. Remember, CH together. Ch, chaud, chômage. Au chômage. Malchanceux. Final X not pronounced. C-E-U, ce, malchanceux. Malchanceux. Peu utile. Final E not pronounced. Peu utile. Désagréable. Final E not pronounced. Bl at the end. Désagréable. Désagréable. Peu réaliste. Don't insist on the final E. Peu réaliste. Intact. Intact. Peu sûr. Affecté. Ondulé. Riche. Okay, remember, C-H-E, sh. So, sh normally, but then you don't insist on the final E, so sh. Riche. Solide. Same thing here, don't insist on the final E. Solide. Bien payé. Okay, remember, final E accent aigu, et, okay. Payé. Payé. Alright? Payé. And then I-E-N, yen. Bien payé. Bien payé. Les prépositions avec les articles. So it will be the first step into this big thing that we will do concerning the preposition, les prépositions, because it's quite important in French. And then I thought it might be important to, well, work on them at this point of our learning process. Okay, so first here in this video we'll work on a and then de, and especially when you combine these two prepositions with articles. So we'll see first the indefinite, so les articles indéfinis, un, une, des, okay, and after that we'll see les articles définis, le, la, les, okay, and especially we'll concentrate on the way these prepositions will react in a way when they are combined with these articles, okay. So the first one that we will discover together will be a, okay, and so we'll see avec les articles définis. So remember, les articles définis, it would be translated in English as a something, okay, but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, so it's un, the feminine form it's une, and the plural form it's des, okay. So let's see now. I've been making few examples. So I did take this parler verb to talk because it's quite interesting. You can use it with the preposition a to talk to, okay, and it's also possible to use it with the preposition de to talk about something, okay. So that's the reason why I wanted to use this verb, just to show you that, well, basically it's possible to use two prepositions if you want to express something different, and then just to see how it will change if you put an article after that. So the first sentence, je parle à un homme, okay, un homme, a man. Je parle à un homme, okay, I talk to a man. So in that case, what you can see is that you keep your preposition à here right after the verb, and then you put your article and basically nothing happens, okay. Je parle à un homme. So let's see an example with the feminine. Je parle à une femme. okay, une femme, a woman. Je parle à une femme. Same thing here, nothing happens, so it's actually quite easy. And then, have a look here. Je parle à des amis. All right? Je parle à des amis. Same thing here. You've got your preposition and then you've got the article. So, un, masculin, une, des. Okay? So the good news is that if you use this preposition à, and after that you put this article indéfini, un, une, des, nothing will happen. No modification, no changes. You just keep them like that. Okay? Let's see now if you want to put this article défini. Okay? Remember, article défini, if you want to translate that in English, it would be the something. Okay? But then, as usual in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form, le, the feminine form, la, and the plural form, les. Okay? So remember, masculine, le, feminine, la, and then the plural, les. Okay, so let's have a look now. If we keep, well, the same verb, as I said, you know, je parle, parler, to talk, and in that case, you can have a look and you can see that it's been changing a little bit. Okay, so a plus le will become o, like that. You write it AU, you pronounce it O. Okay, je parle au directeur. Directeur, translation, director. Okay, je parle au directeur. Let's see the feminine form. Je parle à la directrice. Okay, directrice, director, but the feminine form. Okay, je parle à la directrice. So here you can see that, well, nothing happens, so you still have your preposition à, and then you've got your article here. Okay, so nothing changes when you get the feminine form. And let's see the plural form now. So you've got the directors, so it's the plural form. Je parle au directeur. Okay, so you can see that here you combine a plus les, and you will get this AUX, okay, and then phonetically you produce it or you pronounce it O. Okay, so here O, masculine form, plural form, O as well. And for your information, it could be, so I did put this directeur here, okay, it could be directrice, so it could be the feminine plural. It wouldn't change anything because it will be still this O, okay, so it will be for the masculine or the feminine plural, it will be AUXO, all right? So, je parle au directeur, so here, for the masculine, je parle à la directrice, here for the feminine, je parle au directeur for the plural, all right? So, if we want to make it clear, then we can say that A plus le will become O, okay? Then A plus la, well, will stay the same, à la, it doesn't change at all. And then A plus les will become O, AUX, but then remember that phonetically it's O. Okay, so that's the main thing that you should remember if we talk about this preposition à combined with the article, les articles définis here. Okay? And now let's have a look at de. So exactly the same thing, we'll see how de will react. So first, avec les articles indéfinis, okay, so un, une, and then des, all right? So I took this parler again, okay, so, but that, keep in mind that if we've got this parler and then we use the preposition de, then it's to talk about something, all right? So here, je parle d'un homme, all right? So normally we should have here de un homme, but well, as you know, we've been seeing that quite often now. It's not a new thing. Remember that here will disappear, and then you will put this little apostrophe, d'un homme, okay? Je parle d'un homme, all right? But then the thing is that no major modification will be done because you just keep your de, well, the needs to disappear, but then still you've got your article. Okay? Je parle d'une personne. Okay? Une personne, a person. Je parle d'une personne. So exactly the same thing here. Nothing major happens, only this disappear, but then that's the only thing that you should remember to do if you want to combine the two. All right? The tricky thing is here when you want to combine de and de, all right? Just because we think that it would sound strange to have this de, des romans, okay? So the thing that will disappear will be the article, okay? So that's the reason why we get this je parle de romans, all right? So in that case, des will be taken away, all right? So remember, de plus un will become d'un. De plus une will become d'une. De plus des will become de. Okay, so you will have to take this des away. All right, so let's see now how it will work if we combine it with les articles définis. So le, la, and les. Okay, as we saw previously. Let's see now the examples. The first one, je parle du voisin. Voisin, here it's the masculine form of the neighbor. Le voisin, okay, the neighbor. And what you can see here is, well, the results of the combination of de plus le, okay? It will become du, okay, for the masculine form. Je parle du voisin, okay? So I talk about the neighbor. So let's see now how it will go. So I kept this neighbor, but then here it's the feminine form, so it's la voisine, all right? And what you can see here, je parle de la voisine, well, it will stay the same. So you keep your preposition, de, and then you put your article, la, and you put your name, or your word, sorry, voisine, okay? Je parle de la voisine. Nothing happens here. And it's a good thing. And then for the plural, as we had for a, remember, well, for the masculine singular and the plural, changes will happen. So, je parle des voisins. Here we've got the plural form of voisins, so neighbors, all right? Je parle des voisins. So remember, masculine, du, feminine, de la, and then the plural form. Plural, whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, okay? So, des, okay? So, let's write it like that. De plus le will become du. De plus la will stay the same. Nothing happens. De la. And then de plus les will become des. La préposition a. Okay, so in the previous lesson, I've been introducing the modification of this preposition a when it's combined with articles. Okay, so I would definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't. And then in that lesson, we'll discover, well, the different uses of la préposition a. And you'll see that it's a long video. Why? Just because a could mean or could be translated in English with at, in, to, and then I explain you the reason why we've got this second to here, because it will be the from something to something. Okay, so that's the main reason why we've got the two to-dos. And then it could be translated with on, and then other meanings and other uses of this preposition a. Okay, so we'll start with at, if that's okay with you. And so, few examples. The first one, so if you want to translate it with this at, would be il reste à la maison. Rester is to stay, okay? And in that case, we would construct it with a, okay? Il reste, he stays, à la maison, at home, okay? Il reste à la maison. Second example, we could use this conduire, okay? Conduire is to drive, and then when you want to introduce the speed, okay, in that case it's 40 km/h, then you would use this à. Okay, so at 40 km per hour. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Okay, and then the last example we could have for this at, it's for the price, like here, à 10 euros. Le prix, the price, est fixé, okay, à 10 euros. Okay, so in that case, it would be translated by this at, but then in that case, well, here we would use this à in French. Okay, so il reste à la maison. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Le prix est fixé à 10 euros. Okay, so if you want to express this at concept for these situations, then you will have to use this preposition à. Okay, so let's see now the second category we will have, and it will be this in concept. So the first one, mon frère est au lit. Okay, mon frère, my brother, is au lit, in bed. Lit is bed. Okay, mon frère est au lit. Second example, il est à la campagne. Campagne, country, countryside. Okay, il est à la campagne. All right, so in that case, it will be used, we will use this preposition à. Okay, and then the last one, so if you want to introduce a town, okay, you want to use this habiter. Habiter is to live. Okay, j'habite à Paris. All right, you can see we don't put any articles, just the name of the town. J'habite, I live in Paris. J'habite à Paris. All right, so mon frère est au lit. Il est à la campagne. J'habite à Paris. Okay, so if you want to, well, translate this in concept that would be in English, then it should be à with, as we saw the combination with the articles, if needed, and the modification, au lit, à la campagne, à Paris. All right, let's see another use of à, and it would be to. Few examples. Je rentre à la maison. Okay, so in that case, rentrer, it's to go back. All right, so je rentre à la maison. And when we want to introduce this concept, then we should use this à la maison. Je rentre à la maison. Second thing, nous allons, aller is to go, okay, à Marseille. Nous allons à Marseille. Okay, so we go to, all right, so in that case you should use this preposition à. All right? Then, il donne un conseil, okay, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay, so he gives an advice, à sa fille, his daughter. So in that case, to his daughter, you should use also this preposition à. Okay, so je rentre à la maison, nous allons à Marseille, il donne un conseil à sa fille. All right, and so now, whoops, we'll see the second use of this to, okay, but when it's combined with the preposition de, like here. So de would be from, and then you put something, and à will be the to. All right, so je travaille, travailler is to work, de, so from, 8 heures à 17 heures. Okay, so it's really the from to. Okay, so in this example it's quite traditional, quite classic, because we introduce the hours or the time. Okay, so from to. Let's see another example now. Il sera, remember, sera, it's to be, but the future form. Il sera en France du 15 juin. Okay, so here you've got a date, and if you look carefully, you've got this du. So it does mean that normally you should put the article le 15 juin, and that's the reason why we've been combining the two, and it becomes du. Okay, we've been seeing that in a previous lesson, so if it's not clear, watch it. Du 15 juin au, same thing here, we've got the preposition a, but then combined with the same article, so le, okay, and it will become au 22 juillet. All right, so in that situation, you can see that it's exactly the same concept, but as we use the articles, then we've got to modify the prepositions. Okay, so il sera en France du 15 juin au 22 juillet. And the last example that we can have, ce train, this train, okay, va, so goes, de Rennes à Paris, okay, and in that case, we just put the name of the towns, okay, de Rennes à Paris. But then in that case, so whether it's à 17h or 22 juillet à Paris, so the concept is it's this two, okay, but then it is combined with de, and then remember de with the articles, and it will change, so in that case it would be du. All right? Another possibility would be the concept of this on. Okay, so let's see a few examples here. Ce film, this movie, est à la télé. Okay, on TV, à la télé. Okay, we've got this à here and then la télé. So télé, of course, it's for télévision. Okay, but in most of the cases, we don't use in French this télévision, the full word. We just use this télé word. Okay, ce film est à la télé. Second example, mon ami, my friend, habite, habiter is to live, au, so same thing here, you've got this preposition, but it's combined with le, so it becomes au, and then cinquième étage, cinquième, fifth, and then étage, floor. So in that case, you want to say that your friend is living on the fifth floor, okay? And in that case, we get to use this a preposition. Third example, il y a une horloge, okay, a clock, au mur, okay, so same thing here, okay, le mur, the wall, okay, but then we combine a and le and it becomes au, okay, au mur. Il y a une horloge au mur. So let's read them one more time. Ce film est à la télé. Mon ami habite au 5e étage. Il y a une horloge au mur. All right? And now let's see all the others possibilities that we've got, okay? So with verbs, because some verbs, and it's only examples here because we've got many verbs that will require this preposition à, okay? So parler, parler à, to talk to, penser à, okay, to think about someone or something, arriver à, okay, to succeed, to do something, okay? So in that case, you should use this preposition à with these verbs, okay? You will see that normally the way students do is that they will remember these prepositions and the combination of verbs and preposition little by little. So when you will encounter a new verb with a preposition, the idea is to try to write it or to try to memorize it, and that's the way it will go. Okay, so same thing, you can combine this preposition à with adjectives. For instance, interdit à, or then prêt à. Interdit, it's forbidden. Prêt, ready. Okay, so in that case, you should combine these adjectives with the preposition à. Okay, so it's possible to use this preposition à when you want to express or to tell how it is done. Okay, so for instance, when you want to say that it's been done, it's been machine done, or how do you say, handmade? Yeah, you use this fait. So faire is to do, okay, but then in that case it would be done, okay. À la machine, fait à la main. All right. Second use, when you want to use this travel concept. So venir is to come, okay. So if you want to say that, to come by something, okay. Here it's pied, foot, vélo, and then motorbike, okay? So the concept in French is that if you're not inside, so like a car, a train, tramway, subway, so if you're not inside, then normally the concept would be to use this preposition a, okay? When you want to use this come, go, okay, buy. So you should use this a preposition, okay? But then keep in mind that in many cases, French people tend to use, when it comes to vélo, moto, well, you can listen and you can hear quite many times this en instead of a. Not really for pied, because, well, French people will still use this à pied, okay, because it's like a common expression. But still for vélo and moto, many persons will use this en, okay. Officially it should be a mistake, but then many persons are using it, so just be ready and try to remember that it's possible that you will hear this en vélo and then en moto, okay. If you want to describe something, okay, so for instance, la personne au manteau vert, okay, so in that case you want to say that this is the person who is wearing the green jacket, okay, au manteau vert, so in that case it's always the same, so a and le combine and it will become o. Or then, you know, in that case it can be red hair, okay, so cheveux roux, so in that case it's the plural, okay, a plus les, and it will become o, like that. But it's quite common to use this a, okay, and then you want to describe a person. So it's also quite commonly used if you want to talk about food. For instance, un gâteau au chocolat. All right. So un gâteau au chocolat, same thing here. À le, okay, un gâteau au chocolat. Or then un croissant aux amandes. Un croissant aux amandes. So gâteau, cake, chocolat, chocolate. Croissant, it's this classical French pastry. And then amande, almonds. Okay. And then the use, so for instance, if you want to make a difference between, because une cuillère it's a spoon, okay, so coffee spoon will be une cuillère à café, all right, so in that case we've got to use this preposition à as well, or then une machine à laver, washing machine, so une machine à laver. Another option would be the owner, so if you want to say la maison, so the house, est à mon frère, okay, so belongs to my brother, so in that case we use this être to be, okay, and then à here, mon frère, my brother, okay, or then you could say ce chien, this dog, is mine, so est is à moi, so it's possible, like we've been seeing here, to put a noun after, or then you could put a pronoun, like here, à moi, or then you could put the name of the person. C'est à Eric, okay, does it belong to Eric? C'est à Eric, so it's a question in that case, all right? So it's quite commonly used, this à, when you want to say that the person is owning the thing, okay? And then the time, so if you want to use this rendezvous, so let's meet, à 20h, okay, so in that case you should use this à and then you put the time, à 8h du matin, for instance. The pain, normally we've got this expression, so when you say that, when you want to say that, well, you've got an ache, something somewhere in your body, so avoir mal and then à, all right, and then you will combine it with the article, so ventre would be like stomach, okay, so stomach ache would be avoir mal au ventre, so obviously this au is a plus le, so that's the reason why it's like that, okay, ventre is masculine. So if it's tête, la tête, head, headache, à la tête, okay, so same structure, avoir mal à la tête, and then in that case pied, foot, au pied, okay, avoir mal au pied, okay, so in that case you get the plural form. And the last thing that we'll use this preposition a for, it's when you want to say goodbye. So if you notice that probably we say à demain, so see you tomorrow, à demain, à bientôt, bientôt soon, see you soon, à tout à l'heure, so it's in a few minutes or in a while, à tout à l'heure, okay? À demain, à bientôt, à tout à l'heure. So in that case, you should definitely use this preposition à if you want to say these things. La préposition de, okay, so in the previous lesson it was la préposition à, and the lesson before it was the combination of these two prepositions when you've got articles after. So if you didn't watch them, please do, it will be more easy for you. So let's start now. La préposition de, so we'll see the different uses that we can have of this préposition de, and especially the meaning in English. Okay, so the first use that we could have or we could spot for this préposition de is the partitive. So in French, partitif. Okay, so a few examples here. Il boit du café. Okay, boire is to drink. Du café, café, coffee. And then here, well, we've got the partitive form, so it's some coffee. Okay, and then remember that we've got the preposition de, but then when it's combined with this le, it becomes du. Okay, that's the partitive form. Il boit du café. And then other example, sorry. Second example, elle prend de la salade. Okay, prendre is to take, de la salade, some salad. Okay, so elle prend de la salade. Okay, first use of this preposition de, it's this partitive concept. All right. Second use will be the translation of from in English. Okay, so a few examples. Je viens de Paris. Venir is to come. I come from Paris. Okay, so in that case, really this de would be translated with from. Okay, un appel, so appel is a call, de ma mère, from my mother. Okay, so it's exactly this from concept in English. Okay, so let's see now another possibility. When you want to introduce this belonging concept, okay, then usually you should use this preposition de, like here, l'ordinateur de Samuel. Okay, so with this structure, you want to say that l'ordinateur, the computer, belongs to Samuel. All right, so in that case, you should use this de. So it's quite simple because you just put the word, well, the noun, and after that you put this de and the name of the person. Okay, it could be also like here, la voiture, the car of the neighbor, in that case, yeah, du voisin, voisin is the neighbor, okay, and then, well, in that case, if you look carefully, you've got the preposition de combined with the article le, the neighbor, okay, and it becomes du, all right. Other possibility, l'ami, the friend, de mon père, okay, my father, of my father. So it's really this belonging, something or someone is belonging in a way to something or someone as well. Okay, so l'ordinateur de Samuel, la voiture du voisin, l'ami de mon père. Okay, so let's see now another possibility of the use of la préposition de when you want to introduce this containing concept. Like here, for instance, une boîte, a box, de chocolat. Okay, so inside the box you've got chocolates, okay, and then une boîte de chocolat. Okay, so the use of de in that case it's quite clear. It's just because les chocolats sont contenus dans la boîte. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, bottle of water. Okay, and so in that case you should use this de. Okay, but then obviously because you've got first here a vowel, okay, they don't really get along, so as usual in French, disappear, and you get this apostrophe. Une bouteille d'eau, okay, une bouteille, bottle, eau, water, a bottle of water. Une boîte de chocolat, une bouteille d'eau, okay, so in that case, definitely you should use this preposition de, okay. So if you want to introduce the fact that it's made of something, Then, for instance, here, un rideau. So rideau is curtain, and then de lin. Lin is linen. Un rideau de lin. Okay. Second example, une chaise, a chair, de bois. Bois is wood, of wood. Okay, so in that case, un rideau de lin, une chaise de bois. So when you want to introduce the fact that these things are made of something, then you will have to use this preposition de. Okay? And then the use. For instance, here, une station de métro. Une station de métro. Other possibility, une place de parking. Yeah, sorry about that, but well, French people tend to use this parking as well. So I know it's coming from English, but still you should pronounce it the French way. Parking. Une place de parking. Okay, and the last one, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, enregistrement is recording. Un studio d'enregistrement. So as you can see in that case, as usual in French, as we saw previously, we've got this de, but then as enregistrement is starting with a vowel, then e needs to go away. Okay, so une station de métro, une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, so that's this use concept, so what you use these things for. Okay, so une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Normally we tend to use as well this preposition de when we combine or when we use these superlatives things. So for instance here, le plus beau film de tous les temps, of all time. Okay, so le plus beau, okay, most beautiful, beau is beautiful, film, movie, de tous les temps, of all times. Le plus beau film de tous les temps. Okay, and then la plus grande, big, avenue du monde. And in that case, you can see that you combine this de and then the article le monde, the world, okay? De le becomes du, okay? So du monde, of the world. La plus grande avenue du monde. Okay, so for all these superlatives constructions, then remember you will have to use this preposition de, okay? De tous les temps, du monde. And so keep in mind that it's also possible to combine, and some adjectives will require this preposition de, as we had previously. Some adjectives will require the preposition a, okay? And it will be exactly the same with the de. So for instance, étonné, astonished, then we put de, okay? Content, happy, de. Désolé, sorry, de. Okay, so as I said, and it will come after that for the verbs, try to remember them when you encounter them or when you read them, okay? That's the only way to really remember them. So, and for the verbs, exactly the same thing. So, parler de, remember, we had the example with parler. So, parler à, to talk to. Parler de, to talk about something. So, parler de, for instance. S'excuser de, okay, to excuse oneself, s'excuser. Promettre, to promise, de. Okay, so these verbs will be constructed with the preposition de. La preposition en. Okay, so remember, previous lesson we saw la preposition de, the lesson before it was la preposition a, and in the next lesson we'll discover, well, quite many other prepositions. Okay, so let's start with la preposition en right now. So la preposition en can be used to express this to concept in English. For instance, je vais en ville, okay, aller is to go, and then ville is town, okay, so je vais en ville, or then nous voyageons, voyager is to travel, en Espagne, Spain. Okay, so in that case, when you want to, well, express this to, concept in English, in many cases we'll use this en preposition. Okay. Other use could be this in. For instance, j'habite en Finlande. Habiter is to live. Okay. I live in Finland. J'habite en Finlande. Je fais l'exercice en 5 minutes. Okay, so I do, okay, faire is to do, l'exercice, the exercise, in 5 minutes. Okay, so in that case, and it's quite important, when you use this in, so en here, it will mean the time you need to make the exercise. Okay, so you don't want to express that you will do that in 5 minutes, so after 5 minutes, but really if you use this preposition en, in that case it is to express the time that you need to make this exercise. Alright, so in, like that, en Finlande, and then en 5 minutes. Let's see now for the countries. So in many cases we'll have, so as we saw in the previous lesson, we've got the difference for the countries between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural countries. Okay, so in many cases, when the country is ending with this vowel en here, okay, and here, it will mean that it is feminine. Okay, we've got exceptions, of course, because French language is quite tricky, so we've got exceptions like Mexique, for instance, it's masculine, okay, but in many cases it will mean that it's feminine. If it's feminine, then you will have to use this preposition en if you want to express this in concept, okay? En France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italy, okay? And now we'll read it with the liaison if needed. En France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay? So if you want to express this in with countries and only feminine countries, then you should use this en preposition, okay? And then when we're talking about the seasons, well, we've got 4 seasons, and as usual in French, we need to have one exception, okay? But then for the 3 others, it will be en, okay? En été, so in summer, été is summer. Then en automne, okay, autumn. And then en hiver, okay, make the little liaison here. En hiver, hiver is winter. Au printemps, okay, so keep in mind that for printemps, you will have to use au and not en, okay? And then printemps is spring, okay? En été, en automne, en hiver, au printemps, all right? Another use of this preposition en is to express the mean of transport, and then if you want to say I'm coming with my car, by car, okay, in French we will use this preposition en, okay? Je viens, venir is to come, je viens, I come, okay, by car, en voiture. Tu voyages en train. Okay, and well, we saw in the lesson when we saw this preposition a, we saw that for pied, for instance, foot, and then we saw that motorcycle, moto, and then bicycle, vélo. In these cases, we use the preposition a. Okay, but then keep in mind that, well, let's say that the main difference is if you want to use this en preposition, normally we tend to use it if we express or if we introduce after that mean of transport that will mean that you will be inside it, okay? So you are inside the car, you are inside the train. If it would be a metro, it would be exactly the same. If it would be a tramway, tram, it would be exactly the same. You would use this en just because you are inside. Okay, so that's the reason why we make, well, the difference between en and then a. Okay, so you will use this a if you're talking bicycle or motorbike, or then by foot, of course. okay? But then for this voiture, train, you will use this en, okay? I hope it was clear. Other use is the languages, okay? So, for instance, il parle en espagnol. Parler is to talk, okay, or to speak. He speaks in Spanish, en espagnol. Or then, ce livre, this book, est en anglais. This book is in English, okay, en anglais. Other use is when you want to introduce the material, it is something is made of, okay? So, for instance, une montre, montre is a watch, une montre en or, okay? So, gold, or, okay? So, if you want to say that this watch is made of gold, then une montre en or. Un bateau en plastique. Bateau, it's a boat, and then plastique is plastic. So, un bateau en plastique. If you want to express the situation you are in, okay, so, for instance, to be late, être en retard, être en retard, okay, and then the other option here, être en avance, all right, so if you're coming earlier, then être en avance. Être en vacances, to be on holiday, so être en vacances. So in all these situations, like en retard, en vacances, en avance, we will use this preposition en, okay? And then maybe the last use that I wanted to introduce is what we call the gérondif. So it's a bit tricky because we didn't yet see this participe présent. It will come soon, don't worry. But then I just wanted to be honest with you and introduce it, even if we didn't see yet the participe présent. So we will construct this gérondif. So the meaning of the gérondif is when you want to introduce two actions. So we would say action simultanée, so technically two actions that take place at the same time, okay? And the way we construct that is, well, of course, because it's the lesson, so the preposition, la préposition en, and then after that you will put this participe présent form that you don't know yet how to make, but we'll see that in a coming lesson, okay? But then I will make, anyway, an example, and this is the example. Je téléphone, okay, so in the first sentence or in the first part of the sentence, you say je téléphone, téléphoner is to call, okay? And then we have here our gérondif form. So first you get your preposition en, and then you get your participe présent form, so marchant, okay? And if you look carefully, it's coming from the verb marcher. Marcher is to walk, okay? Dans la rue. All right, so je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. So in that structure, you want to introduce the fact that you are making a phone call, you are calling someone, and at the same time, you are walking in the street. Okay? Je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. All right? So that's the technique we've got to express two action that take place at the same time. It's this gérondif, okay? And then we construct this gérondif with the preposition en, okay? Les prépositions, so just to remind you, we've been seeing first in the previous lesson la préposition en, then before la préposition de, and even before la préposition a, and in this video, we'll see not the rest, of course, of all the prepositions, but the main prepositions that we will have in French language. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one that we'll see is pour, and pour means for. Okay, so we'll see two examples here. Ce café est pour vous. Okay, so ce café, this coffee, est is pour, for, vous, you. Ce café est pour vous. Second example, je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay, so remember here we've got this conditional form. So I would like to, louer means to rent, cette voiture, this car, pour 2 jours, for 2 days. Okay, je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay, second preposition or next one, sans, and it means without. Okay? So, two examples. Elle voyage sans ses valises. Voyager is to travel, so she travels, sans, without, ses valises, her luggages. Il vient sans son chien. Venir, here is to come, so he comes, sans, without, son chien, his dog. Okay? Après, you can translate it by after, okay? And then, je viens après la réunion. Venir is to come, je viens, I come, après, after, la réunion, the meeting. Je viens après la réunion, okay? Then, avant means before. Il arrive avant toi. Arriver, to arrive, he arrives, avant, before, toi, you. Remember, this is what we call this pronom tonique, okay, so it's you. Depuis means since or for, okay, examples. Nous vivons ici depuis 2011, okay. Nous vivons, vivre is to live, nous vivons, we live, ici, here, depuis, since, and then you put 2011, you just put the year, okay? So, assuming the fact that we are still now in 2012, so 2012, we could use this sentence as well. Nous vivons ici depuis un an, okay? So, in that case, you can use this depuis as well, and then you will introduce un an, just because we've been arriving in 2011, and we are now in 2012. Okay, so depuis un an. Derrière means behind. Okay, so the example could be le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Le ballon, the ball, est is derrière, behind l'arbre, the tree. Okay, un arbre, a tree. Le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Then after that, we can see devant. Devant means in front of. Okay, in front of. And then the example could be mon collègue, my colleague, est assis, is seated, devant le directeur. Le directeur, the director. Mon collègue est assis devant le directeur. Jusque means until. Example, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17 heures. Okay? Rester is to stay, au bureau, at the office. Je reste au bureau jusqu'à, until 17 heures. Okay, so you can see that here it's quite interesting because normally we should have this jusque written like that. But then if you look carefully after that, we've got this a, okay, another preposition. And then you remember the rule when we've got vowel and vowel. Normally what happens is that this final a will go away and then we'll put apostrophe. So that's the reason why we get this jusqu'à. Okay, and then phonetically, jusqu'à. Okay, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17 heures. Sous means under. Simple example. Le livre est sous la table. Le livre, the book, est, is, sous, under, la table, the table. Le livre est sous la table. Sur means on. Okay, and then we've got two examples here. L'ordinateur est sur la table. So l'ordinateur, the computer, est, is, sur, on, la table, the table. The computer is on the table, sur here, but then remember, or keep in mind that it's also possible to use this sur if we're talking about the wall, for instance. So we could say l'affiche, so affiche is poster, l'affiche est sur le mur. All right, so it could be for la table or any other things like that, and then as well for le mur, okay, sur le mur. Avec, so the classic one, means with. Elle parle avec son frère. Parler is to talk. Son frère, her brother. Elle parle, she talks, avec, with her brother, son frère. Elle parle avec son frère. Chez, so this one is quite interesting because if you really want to translate it, so you're talking about a place, okay, but then you're talking about someone's place, so it's the place connected to a person. So let's see a few examples now. Je suis chez moi. So if you want to say that you are at your place, then you should use this chez, okay, and then here in that case you will put this moi, so pronom tonique. Je suis chez moi. Okay, so this is the first use that you could have. Okay, if you want to introduce this chez and then use the name of someone, it's possible, like here. Nous sommes invités chez Laurent. Okay, so we are invited at Laurent's place, if you want to translate it directly. Okay, so that's the way we will use if we've got a name and we want to introduce the fact that it's at the place of this person, then it's chez. Okay, and so it will work the same way if we want to talk about, for instance, here the doctor, or then we can say le boulanger, le boucher. Normally we tend to use this chez if we're talking about whether little shops or offices, and traditionally or before the person used to live whether above or then behind or in this place. Okay, so that's the reason why we tend to use this chez. Okay, because it is connected to the person more than to the shop itself. So, il va chez le médecin. Il va chez le médecin. Contre means against. One example. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Okay, this decision, and it's nous sommes, we are against this decision. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Dans, so you can, it means in, inside or into. Okay, so let's see now. Alexandre est dans la voiture. Okay, Alexandre is dans, inside, in la voiture, the car. Okay. Nous entrons dans le magasin. Entrer, to enter, to go inside. Okay. Dans le magasin, the shop. Okay. Par will mean by or per. For example, une lettre envoyée par la poste. Okay. Une lettre, a letter, envoyée, sent, par la poste, by mail, okay? So in that case, you get to use this par, okay? It could be par courrier électronique, by email if you want, okay? Je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour, okay? So in that case, it would be this per day, okay? Par jour. Je mange, I eat, 5 fruits, fruits, et légumes, légumes is vegetables, par jour, okay, per day. Je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour. Pendant means during. Il dort pendant le film. Okay, dormir is to sleep. Pendant, during, le film, the movie. Il dort pendant le film. Vers, so you don't pronounce the final S, means towards or about. Je vais vers la station de métro. Okay, so I am walking in that case because I used to say je vais, so I'm sorry, it's aller, okay? Je vais vers la station de métro, so I go. So you can walk or maybe you could drive, in fact. But then, je vais, I go towards, donc la station de métro. Okay, or then it would be possible to use it as well if you get this sentence. Nous avons rendez-vous vers 15 heures. Okay, nous avons rendez-vous. So avoir rendez-vous, it's when you have a meeting. Okay, so avoir, to have, and then the rendezvous. Remember that in French it's not romantic at all. You know, you can have a rendezvous at your dentist, for instance. So it's like we have a meeting vers, around, about, okay, 15 heures, okay? So you just want to say that it's not, you know, 15 heures précises, okay, but it's about or around. Voici could be translated with this is, okay? So, and we tend to use it quite often if we introduce persons. So, voici mon ami Frédéric. And then normally, you know, it goes with voilà, okay? And then voilà will mean there is, okay? So, I did make this little example, so I took back this. Voici mon ami Frédéric et voilà mon ami Arnaud. Okay, so voilà normally will come after voici. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon N. And in this lesson we'll see together les temps composés. So we won't discover them because I thought it might be useful to take the time to review what we saw so far, especially when we're talking about les temps composés, so all these tenses that are composed tenses, okay? So, and so far we've been seeing first le passé composé, then we saw le plus que parfait, after that came le futur antérieur, and finally we saw le conditionnel passé. And so the common thing that we have between all these tenses is that they are composed, okay? So they will be constructed the same way, but then of course few things will change. Obviously the first part that we've got to use, avoir and être, will change, but then the rest, construction with the participe passé, will be the same, okay? So we'll first start with the passé composé, okay? So, and if you remember, the rule was that first we will use avoir. So if you're not really sure, if you don't remember if the verb requires être or not, then put avoir. Avoir should be at the present form. Then you will put your participe passé form and you will get this passé composé, okay? Remember that in some cases, but we're talking about exceptions or reflexive verbs, you know, these se, blah, blah, blah. So you will have to use être and at the present tense as well, plus le participe passé, and you will get this passé composé, okay? So, of course, it looks simple like that, but then in some cases, and especially after learning so many things, maybe you don't really remember the conjugation of avoir and être at the present tense. So we'll take the time to review that one more time. So remember, avoir at the present tense goes like j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so j'ai, tu as, final S not pronounced, il a, elle a, nous avons, final S not pronounced, and then we make this little link between the two, nous avons, vous avez, a Z at the end will produce this E sound, avez, little link between the two, vous avez, ils ont, okay, final T not pronounced, and then we make the liaison, ils ont, elles ont. Alright, so this is for avoir at the present tense. And now être at the present tense, je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Okay, so je suis, final S not pronounced, tu es, okay, so it's quite strange because you get this ES, but then phonetically it's est, alright, quite open, tu es. Il est, exactly the same sound as we had previously, okay, so just remember that you write it like that, but then phonetically it goes like est, elle est. Nous sommes, final S not pronounced, Vous êtes, little liaison to between the two and then final S not pronounced. Ils sont, final T not pronounced. Elles sont. Alright? So that's the main thing you should remember. Of course, the participe passé, but then we won't cover that in this lesson because I've been making a big video on that, so try to search it in the channel search engine and you will find it, okay? So let's see now, le plus que parfait. So remember, it was exactly the same rule. So first, avoir. If you're not sure, just put avoir, but avoir should be at the imparfait form. Then the participe passé. So you will get your plus que parfait, okay? And for the same exceptions, we'll have être at the imparfait form, and then the participe passé, and it will give you the plus que parfait. Okay, so for the same reasons, we will see together avoir at the imparfait and être at the imparfait, just to make sure that it's clear for you. And avoir at the imparfait will give j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, so j'avais, final S not pronounced, tu avais, final S not pronounced, il avait, final T not pronounced, elle avait. So exactly the same phonetical thing here, it's avait. Nous avions, final S not pronounced, and then little liaison, nous avions. Vous aviez, EZ at the end, et, aviez, and then liaison, vous aviez. Ils avaient, so look here, E-N-T, you write them, you don't pronounce them. So you get phonetically avait, exactly the same thing that we had here, here, and here. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that you will pronounce. But then here you make the liaison. Ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, let's see how être goes. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so exactly the same rule. Remember, final S, here, here, final T, and then here, E and T, you don't pronounce them. So you will get était, okay, for all these forms, okay? J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Same rule here, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay, make the liaison here as well. Ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so this is the thing you should remember. Now, the other tense we saw was futur antérieur. And futur antérieur, remember, exactly the same construction, but then avoir should be conjugated at the future, le futur, and then le participe passé, and it will give you futur antérieur. Or then, for exactly the same exceptions and the same cases, you will use être, but then être should be at the future tense, plus le participe passé, and it will give you le futur antérieur. So, what we'll see exactly the same thing as we saw previously for the other tenses, so, or the other tenses. So we'll see the future form for avoir, and then the future form for être. Okay? And for avoir, it will go like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so have a look now. J'aurai, tu auras, final S not pronounced, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison, vous aurez, a Z at the end here, et, aurez, liaison here, vous aurez, ils auront, final T not pronounced, elles auront. Okay? And then, for être, we will get, je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Okay, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, final S not pronounced, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, final S not pronounced, vous serez, a Z at the end, et seraient. Ils seront, final T not pronounced, elles seront. Alright, so this is the future tense for avoir and être, okay? And now the last composed tense we saw was le conditionnel passé, and so remember that le conditionnel passé will go like that. So first, as we saw previously, avoir in priority at the conditionnel présent form, then you put your participe passé and you will get your conditionnel passé. Or for the same cases as we had previously for passé composé, futur antérieur, or then plus que parfait, être, but in that case it should be at the conditionnel présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your conditionnel passé form. So let's see now how avoir and être are at the conditionnel présent, just to refresh your memory, and it goes like that. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so one more time. J'aurais, final S not pronounced. Tu aurais, same thing here. Il aurait, elle aurait, final T not pronounced, so phonetically exactly the same form here. Nous aurions, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this liaison, nous aurions. Vous auriez, EZ at the end, et auriez, and then the liaison, vous auriez. Ils auraient, remember, ENT, you don't pronounce it, auraient, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so this is for avoir, and then let's see, être. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Je serais, final S not pronounced. Tu serais, same thing here. Il serait, elle serait, final T not pronounced. Nous serions, final S not pronounced. Vous seriez, EZ at the end, et seriez. Il serait, so ENT not pronounced, elle serait. Alright, so this is the first part that you should use when you make this conditionnel passé form, okay? That's it for les temps composés. If you've got some doubts, remember I've been making videos regarding each of these tenses, so it's possible to find them. If you want more video or other videos, then remember youtube.com/imagier is here, and then more material if you want to find other things, softwares or pictures or flashcards. Imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. L'impératif. Okay, so as usual, when we see a tense, we first work on l'emploi, so when do we use it, and then after that we'll see la formation, so how do we construct this impératif form, okay? But then first, of course, l'emploi. So when do we use the impératif? Well, it's quite simple. We've got three main uses of l'impératif. The first one, le conseil. So if you want to translate conseil, it would be advice, okay? So if you want to give an advice to someone, okay, in most of the cases you will use this imperative form. Or then if you want to give an order, okay, so normally that's the tense we use if we want to use this order thing. And then la défense, so if you want to forbid something to someone, okay, so in that case you should use l'impératif, okay? So conseil, ordre ou défense. Okay, we'll see just a few examples just to see how it works. Le conseil, so we've got this example. Pour aller à la gare, tournez à gauche et continuez tout droit. Okay, so to go to the station, aller is to go, la gare, the station. Pour aller à la gare, tournez, and that's our first impératif, à gauche, on your left, et continuer, continue is to continue, tout droit, straight. Okay, so tourner and continuer here are at the imperative form. Okay, normally at this level, maybe it rings a bell and maybe you can think that they look like something we saw previously. Okay, so ordre now, if you want to give an order, same thing here. Fais tes devoirs. Okay, so faire is to give. to do, sorry. And then tes devoirs, your homework, okay? We tend to put that at the plural form in French. Fais tes devoirs, okay? And this is here as well an impératif, okay? And then let's see now. Une défense. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. So, of course, in that case, défense, you want to forbid something, so you should use this negative form, okay? So, n'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable during le cours, the lesson, okay? Utiliser is to use. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. Same thing here. Utiliser is at the imperative form, okay? So, now, first thing. When we talk about this imperative form, the first thing that you've got to remember is that we've got only 3 persons, so there will be tu, nous, and then vous. So the imperative doesn't exist for je, for il and il au pluriel. Okay? And then the second thing that you should remember is that you won't use these pronoms personnels. So normally when we've got a tense, well, so far all the tenses that we saw, you use these pronoms personnels, so tu, nous, and vous, okay? The concept with the imperative is that you won't use tu, either nous or vous, okay? So you don't use this pronom personnel, all right? So these 2 things are the main thing. First, only 3 persons, tu, nous, and vous, and the second thing, you don't use the pronom personnel. Okay, let's see now how we build this imperative form. So, we'll see first the premier group, then we'll see the deuxième groupe, and then the troisième groupe, and finally, of course, as usual, the irregular verbs. All right, so let's start with the first group, le premier groupe. So normally, the first group, and it's been that way so far, is the easy group because it is regular. In that case, for the imperative, well, it will be the tricky group, okay? Because, for instance, at the present form, we've got tu parles, okay? So that's the present form of the verb parler, parler to talk, from the first group, okay? If we want to make this imperative form, well, it will look like that, parle. So you can see that your final S needs to go away, and you will get this parle form. This is your imperative form, so l'impératif, and then don't forget to put le point d'exclamation here, because whether it's an order or an advice, you should put it. Okay, that's the way it goes. And then remember, we don't put the pronom personnel, so just this form. Okay, so that's the first form of parler at the imperatif. Then nous parlons, so this is the present form, okay? Well, it's quite easy. You don't touch it, you don't change anything, you just put it back here. Don't put the pronom personnel, of course, just put this point d'exclamation at the end, and you've got your imperative form, so parlons, okay? And then vous parlez, well, same thing here, you just keep it like it is at the present form, and you just put your point d'exclamation at the end. So what you need to remember is that the only thing that will change, so between the present form here and this imperative form, is this final S that normally we don't pronounce, but still we write it, okay? So it needs to go away at the imperative for the tu form, okay? Let's see now verbs from the second group. So I took this finir to end, to finish, okay? So tu finis at the present form, and have a look, it's exactly the same form, fini, okay? Point d'exclamation, and you take away the pronom personnel, all right? Then nous finissons, exactly the same form, finissons, don't forget the point d'exclamation at the end, and you take away this nous. Vous finissez, and you will get finissez, okay? So what you've got to remember, second group of verbs, actually they will be exactly the same as at the present form, okay? So no change, of course, you need to take away the pronom personnel, but the forms will stay the same. Okay, so let's see now the troisième groupe. So normally in most of the cases, troisième groupe is the contain all the tricky verbs, okay? But then if you take the example of prendre, prendre is to take, tu prends at the present form, okay? Well, look, it is exactly the same thing. Keep in mind that, of course, you should put this point d'interrogation at the end, point d'exclamation at the end, and then you take away this pronom personnel, but still, it's the same form, all right? Then, nous prenons at the present form, we'll get this prenons. And the last one, vous prenez, you will get prenez. Okay, so third group of verbs, actually it's quite easy because you don't touch anything, you don't change anything, you just take away this pronom personnel and you will have your imperative form. Okay, of course, as usual in French, we've got some irregular verbs. Okay, so the first one will be aller. Okay, so aller will be like that. So the only thing that will change with aller is, well, what we saw in the first group, the final S will go away. So you get va, allons, aller. Okay, the other forms are exactly the same. Savoir will become sache, sachons, sachez. Ouvrir, ouvre, so the S goes away, ouvrons, ouvrez. Okay, aller is to go, savoir to know, ouvrir to open. Okay, then of course être and avoir, so être will become soit, remember final S is not pronounced, soit, then soyons, soyez, all right, soit, soyons, soyez. And avoir will become est, remember the final E is not pronounced, so you only have this A-I sound, est, okay, est, ayons, ayez, okay, est, ayons, ayez. Okay, so one more time, soit, soyons, soyez, then est, ayons, ayez. All right? And now, remember that all these tricky verbs will be modified if you put a pronoun after. Okay, and we're talking about only two categories of pronouns. So we saw the pronouns previously, so you should know now what pronouns I'm talking about. So I'm talking about this pronoun I here, so the Y pronoun, and I'm talking about the pronoun en. Okay, so because in most of the, well, not most of the cases, but quite often in French, when we use the imperative, we tend to avoid repeating things. So we will put pronouns if needed and if possible. Okay, so in that case, for instance, remember pense, so it's from the first group. So normally when you put this imperative, you shouldn't put the S, okay? But then if you put this Y, so this pronoun after, then you will have to put back this S just to produce it orally, because you will pronounce it pense-y, pense-y, okay? Pense-y, all right? So you get to make this liaison. Same thing here, vas-y, vas-y, all right? And then achètes-en, achètes-en, all right? So that's one important thing if you want to construct this imperative form with pronouns. Then now we'll see how to construct this imperative when we've got the negative form. After that, we'll see how it works if you've got only one pronoun and pronom complément, and then one or two in that case, and then finally we'll see with the verb pronominaux. But then now first, la négation. So I took this parler verb, and if you have a look at it, so imperative is parle, okay? If you want to write the same sentence but at the negative form, well, it's quite easy because it will be ne parle pas, Okay, so you just put your ne before the verb and then the pas after the verb, and of course you don't change the rest. Finir, finissons, ne finissons pas. Okay, so same concept, ne first, then your verb, and after that pas. And then mettre, mettez will become ne mettez pas. Okay, so it's not that difficult. Now let's see with the pronouns. Okay, and then first part will be with one pronoun, and after that we'll see how to construct that with two pronouns, and it is a bit difficult if I'm totally honest with you. But now with one pronoun, let's see, regarde-moi, okay, and it will become at the negative form ne me regarde pas. Okay, so here normally remember these pronouns me, okay, should come before the verb. Then the rule at the imperative is that if you've got these structures, so structure affirmative, okay, so it's not the negative form, then they should come after, and then this me is one of the pronouns that will change and it will become moi. Regarde-moi, okay? But when you put back this structure to the negative form, so me just become the normal form, so ne me regarde pas. All right? Same thing, so toi will be the second and the last to be drastically modified, so it will become regarde-toi, okay? So the rules stay the same, you put it after, okay? Regarde-toi, all right? But then when you put the negative form, well, it becomes normal, so ne, and then te regarde pas. Okay, keep in mind that as usual for the pronouns, they will come before the verb, okay? So your negative form is coming before and after the whole thing. And then, well, if you've got this le pronoun, or it could be the la, well, it will stay the same, so no modification, so regarde-le, and then negative form, ne le regarde pas. Okay? Regarde-la, ne la regarde pas. It could be regarde-nous, okay? Ne, whoops, sorry, I made a mistake, it should be nous here, ne nous regarde pas. Okay, and the last one, regarde-les will become ne les regarde pas. Okay, so keep in mind that it's only this me and te pronouns that will change. They will become this moi and toi, so they will become these forms, and you should put each time anyway after the verb, and don't forget this little thing between the two, because as you can see, we've got to put it. Okay, now if you want to put two pronouns in your structure with the imperative, well, it's something that's but it's not really rare to use that, okay? But then, well, we've got some, of course, as usual, quite strict rules, and that's the thing. The first part that you will have will be me or m apostrophe, te or t apostrophe, lui, then nous, and leur, okay? So that will be the first thing that you will have to put, and after that will come your pronoun en, okay? That's normally the association of pronouns that we've got, okay? So let's see them in action. For instance, parlement, okay? So as you see, first you put this m apostrophe and then you put your pronoun, okay? Don't forget that they must come after your verb because it's the imperative. Parlement, okay? But if you put them at the negative form, then you will get ne m'en parle pas, okay? Remember, negative form, then they come back as they should be all the time, so before the verb, all right? So another example, parle-nous en, okay? Here, and then we will get ne nous en parle pas. Okay, sorry for the examples, but I tend to not to make the liaison when I make these little examples, just because I think it's more clear not to make the liaison, okay? But then, of course, parle-nous-en, ne nous en parle pas should be the way you should pronounce them, okay? But still, just to make it clear where you put them and to avoid any mistake or anything like that. Okay, so same thing here. So parle, and then after that you've got your pronoun and second pronoun en. But when you put the negative form, ne, and then you put them back before your verb. Okay. Second possibility that you would have would be the pronouns like le, la, and les. Okay, and they will come first, and after that you will have this moi, lui, nous, and leur. Okay, let's see a few examples now. Donne-la-moi. Okay, donne-la-moi. So exactly the same rule as we saw previously. Okay, so you put them after your verb like that. Okay, but of course when you put the negative form, then you put them back. Look, ne me la donne pas. Donne-la-moi, ne me la donne pas. Then donne-la-nous, and it will become ne nous la donne pas. Alright, so I know this is really difficult, so don't worry, because many students have some difficulties at the beginning, okay, but then little by little you will understand the structure and the way to construct that. Okay, just try to keep that in mind. Okay, try to listen to persons and then try to use this structure, but remember that in many cases it's possible to avoid repeating, or to avoid, sorry, using the pronouns by repeating a few words. Okay, so it's, well, it's an option as well. Okay, so let's see now les verbes pronominaux. Okay, and so I took this se regarder verb. Okay, so regarde-toi, and then if you put the same structure but then at the negative form, so ne te regarde pas. Regardons-nous, ne nous regardons pas, regardez-vous, ne vous regardez pas. Okay, so exactly the same thing as we saw previously. So toi, nous, and vous should come after the verb. Okay, but when you put this structure at the negative form, so te, nous, and vous should come before the verb. Okay, so that's the rule. Les liaisons obligatoires. So since we started this Learn French with Vincent videos, I've been talking quite much about les liaisons, so these little links that you can put between the words. And so of course we've got some rules for these things, and so I thought that maybe it might be useful to just cover this topic right now, because I've been receiving few messages regarding this topic. So this video will only focus on les liaisons obligatoires, so the one you should make. Okay, and after that we'll see well, the one that you shouldn't make, and then the one that are optional, so it's possible to make them or not. Okay, but in this video we'll focus only on the one that you should make. So let's start now. So the first situation when you should make it, it's when you use these articles définis, so le, la, les, remember, the in English, and then when you've got the plural form, so it's les, it's like that, and then it ends with this S. If you've got a word after and then it's starting with a vowel like this one, amis, friends, then you should make the liaison, les amis. Alright, les amis. Then second possibility here, les articles indéfinis, so in English a, but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine un, une, des. Okay, and then I took the plural form just to make it clearer, so des here ending with S, and then you've got a word after, étudiant, students, so it starts with a vowel, so you should make the connection, the liaison between the two, des étudiants. Alright, other possibility when you get these, well, the adjective possessive, so when you say my, your, etc. So in French it would go like that, so in that case my children, so it should be at the plural because this children is at the plural. Okay, so it goes like that, and then ending with S. Enfant, children is starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison mes enfants, mes enfants. Alright, and of course des adjectifs démonstratifs, sorry, this or these, okay? And in that case, I took the plural form, so these here, and then ordinateur, computers. So you should make the liaison between S and O. Ces ordinateurs. Ces ordinateurs. Okay, so les amis, des étudiants, mes enfants, ces ordinateurs. So in these cases, you should make the liaison without any doubt, okay? And so we also have this interrogative situation. So when you ask a question, remember, we use this quel, okay? It's what, but then of course, as usually in French, we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, feminine, plural. In that case, I did use this option, it's feminine and it's plural, so that's the reason why I write this quel like that. And it ends with S. Option is starting with a vowel, you should make the liaison between the two. Quelles options? Quelles options? All right? And then if you, well, heard from the beginning, you know, the concept of this liaison is that you don't make any pause between the two words. Quelles options? It's really a link between the two. Quelles options? Indéfini, well, exactly the same rule. In that case, you've got certains, indéfini, and it is here at the plural form. Individu, plural, starting with a vowel, you make the liaison. Certains individus. Certains individus. All right? And the last situation for this page, numéro. Okay, so if we're talking about the numbers, in that case, I took trois, okay, 3, just because it ends with S, as you can see here. And then appartement, apartments, starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison. Trois appartements. Okay, so quelles options? Certains individus, trois appartements. So in all these cases, you should make the liaison. All right, but then it continues. So now, situation where you've got a sentence in which you've got first the adjective and then the noun, like here, for instance. Les beaux enfants, okay, so you make the liaison between beau, so adjective, and enfant. And here it's quite interesting because even if you've got this X, well, phonetically it will be like Z, so like if it would be an S, okay? Les beaux enfants, all right? Les jeunes étudiants, all right, so same thing here. The link between the two, les jeunes étudiants. All right? And then if you get this pronom personnel, so I, you, he, she, etc., and then your verb. So in that case, I took vous, okay? And then the verb to être, the verb être, to be. So in that case, you get vous êtes, so you make the liaison between the two. And then avoir, to have, nous avons. All right, so remember, pronom personnel, then the verb, you make the liaison. And then it's quite interesting because this verb être, so to be, if it's at the third person of the singular, so he is or she is, il est, elle est, okay, then definitely you should make the liaison if you've got something after. So like here, for instance, il est admirable, il est admirable, okay, elle est intéressée. Elle est intéressée. All right, so in all these cases, you should make the liaison, and in that case, it's with T. Il est admirable, elle est intéressée. And it continues. If you've got this structure in which you've got the pronom complément before the verb, okay, so we've been doing a few videos regarding this topic. If you don't know how to make them, well, you can check them. There are many videos regarding this topic. And so remember, the pronouns should be before the verb. So when you've got this kind of structure, subject, pronoun, verb, in that case, you should make the liaison between the two. Il nous aide. Il nous aide. Elle vous admire. Elle vous admire. All right, so z here as well. Elle vous admire. Il nous aide. Okay? If you've got the verb first and then you put your pronoun after, because normally that's the way we should proceed, you know, if we want to construct a correct question. Normally you should put first the verb and after the pronoun, okay? So in this situation, then you should make the liaison. And so this little d here is in red just to show you that you won't pronounce it like d to make the liaison, but you will pronounce it like t. And so you will get prend-il, prend-il, okay? But then here, prennent-elles, okay? So you get your t and then prennent-elles, all right? So prend-il, remember, they pronounce like t, and here prennent-elles, all right? And so if you want to construct a structure in which you will have whether une conjonction, so these little words that will link whether words or then sentences, or then if it's une préposition, many videos regarding that topic as well, or adverb, but then they should be only one syllable long, okay? So like that, quand elle, all right, same rule here. Remember, when you will have this d, you will phonetically pronounce it like t. Quand elle, dans un, okay, and in that case you've got this préposition dans, okay, and then the article, dans un, all right, and here we've got this adverb, beaucoup, and then admirer, beaucoup, beaucoup admirer, sorry, beaucoup admirer, all right, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admirer, all right, so let's repeat them. Il nous aide, elle vous admire, prend-il, prennent-elles, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admiré. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon Q. And in this lesson we'll see together les liaisons interdites. So remember, les liaisons, it's actually this little link that we can put between the words when we read or when we speak. Okay, so in the previous lesson we saw les liaisons, so the one that you have to do, okay, so the rules that you've got to follow if you really want to make this liaison properly. And then in this video, well, we'll try to see the one that you shouldn't do, okay, because in some cases it's not possible to make these liaison. Okay, so let's see now. And the first one is actually maybe the most important one, because normally students tend to make this mistake quite often at the beginning, which is totally normal, because if you think about that, we've got this et conjonction, so it means and in English, okay? And so normally students tend to think that when you've got, you know, lui et elle like that, well, why not put this little liaison between the two? Because it would be quite logical. After all, we tend to make it and to put it, you know, a little bit everywhere. But in that case, sorry about that. The rule is really strict. So after this conjonction et, like we've got here, you don't make any liaison. So no links after et. Okay, so if you want to read it correctly here, it will go like lui et elle. All right, so don't think about putting something between the two. Don't think about producing something like lui et elle. No, 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 nothing here. Lui et elle. Okay, and it will be exactly the same thing in this example here. Toi et eux. All right, so no liaison, even if it's a bit tempting, because it would be possible, but then no, 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 no. So when you get this et, remember, no liaison after, okay? Then after that, we've got this structure or this possibility in which you've got a question like here and here, okay? And you start your question with an adverb, okay? And that's, of course, what we call adverb interrogatif, because it's a question. So, comment, how, as-tu, okay? So, do you have, okay? Or have you? But in that case, remember that if you start with an adverb like here, so avec un adverbe, don't make the liaison. So, you don't say comment as-tu? No, 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 nothing here. Comment as-tu? All right, exactly the same thing here. Quand, when, and then ont-ils. Here you've got this little thing. Quand ont-ils? Quand ont-ils? All right, so you don't make a liaison here between the two. Okay, it was the second rule. And then remember that if you've got a noun, and if this noun is at the singular form, then you shouldn't make the liaison. Like here, for instance, un chien, a dog, adorable, okay? Here, it would be tempting to do it, but then no liaison, so un chien adorable, okay? Same thing here, une maison étrange, okay? House, and then étrange, strange. Une maison étrange, un chien adorable, okay? Remember, you shouldn't make any liaison here after this word and after this word. And then if you've got this participe passé form, so it does mean that whether it is at the, like here or here, it is at the passé composé form, all right? So ils sont sortis, okay? So if we take the time to have a look at it, here you've got first être, and here you've got the participe passé form, and the whole thing gives you this passé composé, okay? Exactly the same thing here. So we've got the verb être, to be, and after that here we've got this participe passé form, and this form together give you the passé composé form, okay? So in that case, if you think about what we said, so après le participe passé, so if we spot it, this is the participe passé, sorti, and this is here the participe passé, and well, both end with s, so it would be possible to make a link, you know, between S and A here and S and AU here, but then the rule is quite strict. You don't make a liaison after your participe passé. Okay, so ils sont sortis à 15 heures. Alright, so no liaison here, no link between the two. Ils sont sortis à 15 heures. Exactly the same thing here. Elles sont allées au cinéma. Alright, elles sont allées au cinéma. So, no liaison after your participe passé here. Okay? And then, well, a quite important thing as well, après un verbe conjugué avec tu. Many persons send me messages regarding this thing when I do the conjugation, and when I conjugate the verbs, they say that, you know, it's quite strange because you don't make the liaison when it's for tu. Well, just because it's a rule. You shouldn't make the liaison when you conjugate a verb at the tu form, okay? Don't ask me why, because basically there's no logic in that, you know. It's just the way it is. So that's one rule, and honestly, it's a bit strange. I know, especially when you're learning language, for what reason only for one person you shouldn't make the liaison, but unfortunately for you, that's the way we do it. So let's respect the rule. So in that case, if you look at the sentence, so you've got first your subject, so tu, and then here you get est, okay, and so this is the verb être, and the second form, second person of the singular, so tu es admirable, all right? And in that case, well, don't make the liaison, okay? Tu es admirable. And it will be exactly the same thing here. Tu parles avec nous. So no liaison here between parle and avec, okay? Tu parles avec nous. All right, so that's the rule. When you've got a verb at the tu person, okay, so second person of the singular, don't make a liaison after the verb, all right? And then when you've got these interesting structures, so if we've got the pronoun, so the subject, and it's after your verb, like here, because normally that's the way, I mean, that's the official way that we should, we should respect. If we want to ask a question, first we should put the verb, then we should put the subject, okay? So, veulent-ils, all right? So it should go like that. And then, if you've got, well, something after, like here, aller avec nous, okay? It could be possible if you think about that. We've got an S here, and then we've got a vowel after. But then the rule goes like that. If you've got this structure, so in which your pronoun is coming after your verb because it's a question, then you don't make the liaison. Okay? Veulent-ils aller avec nous? Okay? Exactly the same thing here. Parle-t-il en anglais? Okay? So no liaison after your pronoun. Okay? Just because the structure is like that. First you've been having your verb, then your pronoun, then you don't make a liaison. And another rule is if you've got like here, ces ordinateurs, or like here, mes étudiants. Okay, so in these two sentences, ces ordinateurs, it's the subject, okay, mes étudiants subject, and then you've got the verb coming after, all right? And so the concept or the idea is that if you've got a subject like that, but then it's what we call un groupe nominal, okay? So in that case, it's not a first name, or then it's not the pronoun, je, tu, il, etc. But it's, you know, a word or a group of words. And in that case, you don't make a liaison after this groupe nominal. So in that case, ces ordinateurs, you don't make the liaison between this word and the verb that will come after. Okay? Ces ordinateurs ont, and the sentence continues. Okay? Same thing here. Mes étudiants apprennent, and the sentence continues. So the concept is quite strict. Remember, you've got your subject, so it must be something like that. Okay? So you've got group of words, okay, and after that you won't make the liaison with the verb. Okay, and then this is quite interesting because it's what we call un H aspiré. Okay, so for instance, in this case, well, I did put that in a big letter because it's a place in Paris. Okay, so but in that case still, even if you've got this H, okay, it belongs to this aspiré group of words, so containing this H, okay, and it means that you won't have the possibility to make the liaison between your article and your word. So in that case, you shouldn't make the liaison, so you shouldn't say les halles, but you should say les halles. Okay, les halles. Same thing here. H, well, it's an axe, okay, and in that case, it's the plural form. Les H, okay, les H. Okay, so you don't say les H, but you say les H. All right. So I did write two other examples. In that case, harpe, so the musical instrument. Des harpes, okay, so you don't make the liaison between the two. Des harpes. And the last one, hiérarchie. Des hiérarchies. Okay, so just to show you that it's not only with A, because I've got three examples with A, but then in that case it's I, okay, des hiérarchies. All right, so no liaison here, 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 and here. All right, because these words are starting with what we call H aspiré. And that's it. Okay, so if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, or the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Liaison optionnelle. So it does mean that it's possible to make them. It's not compulsory, but still it would be advisable to make them. So I know for what reason should I do only one video for that. But it's just to give you the opportunity to choose whether you want to make them or not, because in both cases it would be possible. Okay, so let's start now. Les liaisons optionnelles, and the first one will be après le verbe aller. Okay, so remember that it will be possible first to say je vais avoir un chien, so you don't make the liaison, or if you want to make it, it is possible, je vais avoir un chien. Okay, first option possible, je vais avoir un chien, then if you want to make the liaison, it's also possible, je vais avoir un chien. Ils vont habiter en France, without the liaison, or ils vont habiter en France with the liaison. Okay? Ils vont habiter en France. All right? Second possibility, après le verbe être, exactly the same thing. It's possible to read this sentence like je suis intéressé par l'histoire. Or then you can read it with the liaison je suis intéressé par l'histoire. Second example here. Ils sont arrivés ce soir. Or then ils sont arrivés ce soir. Après le verbe avoir, well, it's exactly the same rule. Nous avons une amie. Or then, nous avons une amie. Ils ont un chien. Or if you want to make the liaison, ils ont un chien. Same thing with the verb falloir. Il faut admettre ses erreurs. Or then, if you want to make the liaison, il faut admettre ses erreurs. Il faut étudier beaucoup. Or, with the liaison, il faut étudier beaucoup. The verb devoir will follow exactly the same rule. First option, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Or then, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Or if you want to make the liaison, ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Same thing with the verb pouvoir. Elle peut arriver demain. Or then if you want to make the liaison, elle peut arriver demain. Nous pouvons inviter cette personne. Or if you want to make the liaison, nous pouvons inviter cette personne. It will be exactly the same thing with the verb vouloir. Je veux entendre sa musique. Or then with the liaison, je veux entendre sa musique. Okay, remember we had the same rule. Even if we've got this X at the end, well, with the liaison it will sound like Z. Okay? Je veux entendre, je veux entendre. Je veux entendre sa musique. Okay? Then, elles veulent attendre avec moi. Or if you want to put the liaison, elles veulent attendre avec moi. And then, other option, entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. Okay, so here we've got a group of words. If you look carefully, first you've got a noun, then you've got an adjective. Well, both are at the plural form. Okay, and so the rule is like entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. So we're talking about here and here. Okay, but it's optional. It's not compulsory. You don't need to do it if you don't want to do it, but it's possible. Okay, so first option, des personnes étrangères. Or if you want to make the liaison, des personnes étrangères. Des amis irlandais. Or if you want to make the liaison, des amis irlandais. And then I made two more here. Des étudiants intelligents. Or if you want to make the liaison, des étudiants intelligents. Des lampes artificielles. And if you want to make the liaison, des lampes artificielles. Le subjonctif. Okay, so it's quite important, and then as usual when we introduce a mode or a tense, then we'll divide the video in two parts. The first part will be l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif, and then the second part will concern la formation, so how do we construct this subjonctif. But let's first see l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif. And so we'll use le subjonctif when we want to express une obligation, une volonté, une possibilité, un doute, un sentiment, une appréciation, un jugement. Okay, so that's the idea. So if you want to express une obligation, something you have to do, une volonté, something you want to do, une possibilité, possibility, un doute, a doubt, un sentiment, a feeling, une appréciation, appreciation, and then un jugement, judgment. So in these cases, we'll use after this verb le subjonctif. Okay, so let's see first une obligation. So for example, we'll have this verb falloir and then the construction falloir que. So you will see that when we talk about le subjonctif, each time we will have after the verb, we will have que, and then the following verb will be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so that's the concept. All right, so for instance, if we have a look at these sentences, sorry. So, falloir, it's to need, to have to, okay? Il faut que tu écoutes, all right? Il faut que tu écoutes, all right? And then in that case here, so we'll see a bit later, of course, how to make it, but still, you've got this verb, écouter, and this form is the subjunctive, okay? Il faut que tu écoutes. Il faut que les étudiants travaillent. All right. Il faut que les étudiants, and then here you've got the verb travailler, to work, and this form is the subjunctive. Okay, so far it doesn't look that difficult, because if you look carefully, it looks like something that we encountered a long time ago when we started to learn French, maybe Unit 1 or Unit 2, okay, but then we'll see that a bit later. So, une volonté, something you want to do, and then, well, the verb that normally we tend to use is the verb vouloir, vouloir, to want, okay? Vouloir que will be followed by le subjonctif. For instance, je veux que mon frère vienne me voir. All right? Je veux que mon frère, my brother, here you've got the form la subjunctive form of venir, venir to come, me voir, see me, okay? And then, le directeur veut que les employés arrivent à l'heure. So, le directeur, the director, veut que les employés, the employees, arrivent, to arrive, à l'heure, on time, okay? And in that case, arriver, to arrive, here, it's the subjunctive form, okay? So, une possibility, so let's see what we've got. The structure could be être possible que, okay, to be possible. Hein? Donc, être possible and then que, as usual, remember. So, for instance, il est possible que mes amis viennent ce soir. Okay? Il est possible que, so it could be translated like, it is possible that, okay? Mes amis, my friends, and then venir here, to come, so this form here is the subjunctive form, ce soir, tonight. So in that case, you should put your verb here at the subjunctive. Un doute, a doubt. So let's see what we've got. And the structure, so être sûr, to be sure, okay? But then, of course, you should put the negative form of this to be sure. So, ne pas être sûr que, okay? Because you want to express a doubt. So, je ne suis pas sûr qu'il parle anglais. Okay? So, I'm not sure that, and then, il, he, parler, to talk, to speak, anglais, English, okay? And here you've got your verb parle, and this form is the subjunctive, okay? Let's see the next one. Un sentiment, a feeling, okay? So for this sentiment, let's see what we've got. So we could have avoir peur que, okay, to be afraid that. Avoir envie que, well, it could be translated as to want, okay, to fancy. Être désolé que, to be sorry, that. Être content, to be happy, satisfied, que. Okay, all right. For these structures, then you should make a subjunctive after. So they should be followed by une forme subjunctive. Okay? And then let's see une appréciation. Une appréciation, for instance, we could have this préférer, to prefer, préférer que, okay? Aimer mieux, mieux is better. Aimer, to like or to love, better that, okay? Aimer mieux que, and then these structures should be followed by une forme subjonctive, okay? And then un jugement, judgment, so it could be c'est important que, it's important that, il est dommage que, il est regrettable que, and they should be followed by a subjunctive form. All right? Be careful. The following verbs: croire, to believe; penser, to think; trouver, to find, especially when you express your opinion, okay, to find, I find that; être sûr, okay. So these verbs are normally followed by the indicative form. So all the tenses we saw so far, okay, but then when you put these verbs at the negative form, then they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay, so keep that in mind. So croire, penser, trouver, être sûr. If you want to use these verbs and put them at the negative form, they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay? Let's see now how we'll make this subjunctive form. And so the tricky thing normally when we talk about the subjunctive is that you will have two different parts. Okay, so the important thing is that you must know by heart, of course, the present form, so of the verb that we saw a long time ago. Okay, so because the idea is that you will have to use this il at the plural form here. Okay, and this form of the present will help you to build the forms of the subjunctive for je, for tu, for il, for elle, for il, and for elle. Okay, so the form of your verb at the present, at the third person of the plural, will help you to construct the subjunctive form for all these persons here. And that's the difficulty because, of course, for nous and vous, well, you will have to use the nous form of the present to construct nous and vous. And that's the tricky thing of the subjunctive. So that's the reason why in many cases students tend to say that, oh my god, it's too difficult. It's just because we've got two different ways of making, well, the form for je, tu, il, elle, and elle, and then nous and vous. But then don't be afraid because in most of the cases you will see that it's quite easy, all right? So you know what? I will take a tricky verb. Just to start, we'll take a tricky verb, and after that you will think that the rest is really easy. So let's take prendre, for instance. And so as I told you, the idea is to take the present form of the verb, okay? And the first one, so that we should take is the plural, so third person of the plural, and it goes like ils prennent, okay? Prendre is to take. Ils prennent, so that's the present form, okay? For ils. And then we've got nous prenons, okay? Because remember, we're using this nous prenons form. We'll use it for nous and for vous of the subjunctive, okay? So we can spot first the ending because we know that ENT is the ending for il, and then ONS is the ending for nous. And of course, what we'll do is we'll take them away. So we'll put the endings away and we'll keep only this first part here and the first part here. And so what we'll do is we'll take this first part, okay, so the part that we took away from this il form, all right, and then we'll put je. Je, so we take it back, have a look, it goes here, and we put the ending. The ending for will be for je, sorry. The ending for je will be okay? The ending for tu will be es. The ending for il, elle will be and the ending for il, elle at the plural form will be ent. Okay? If you look carefully, it's not that strange. I mean, these endings are quite common, and we've been encountering these endings, you know, previously. If you think about the present form, then it looks a bit familiar. Okay? So, je prenne, tu prennes, ils prennent, elles prennent, ils prennent, et elles prennent. Then phonetically, as usual, remember, we've got only one form here. It is exactly the same form, so we pronounce it the same way, but of course, as usual, we write it differently. Okay? So keep in mind that ending for je is ending for tu is es, ending for il, elle is and ending for il, elle at the plural form is ent. Okay? So it's the first part, okay? Because if you remember, we had as well this part from nous, okay? And as I told you, the difficulty of the subjunctive is just because we will have a difference of construction for nous and vous. And so, in that case, we'll take this first part here, we put it here, and we put the ending I-O-N-S, ion. And the ending for vous is ie. So we get nous prenions, vous preniez. All right? So if we think carefully, ending I-O-N-S for nous, I-E-Z for vous. Okay? If you remember, it looks quite familiar because it's the ending as well for the imparfait form that we saw a while ago. Okay, so let's have a look now. The full thing. So, que je prenne, que tu prennes, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent, que nous prenions, que vous preniez, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent. And this is the reason why students are a bit worried usually at the beginning, just because, as we saw, we've got two different constructions. So for the first part here, and the second part for nous and vous. Okay? But I took this special verb, prendre, to take, on purpose because I thought that it was quite difficult. So, you know, now you can see the way to make it. And after that, well, first we'll see back again one more time the ending. So es, I-O-N-S, I-E-Z, E-N-T. All right? But then, now, we'll see the verbs from the first group. So, regular groups ending with er. After that, we'll see the second group, regular group verbs ending with er. Remember, not all the er verbs, but still. After that, we'll see verbs from the third group. After that, we'll see irregular verbs. And then finally, we'll finish with être and avoir. Okay, so let's see now the first group, and you will see that it's quite easy because we get que je parle, que tu parles, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, que nous parlions, que vous parliez, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle. All right, this is the subjunctive, and it's quite interesting because if you take the time to look at it, que je parle, it's exactly the same form as the present form. Que tu parles, same thing. Qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, exactly the same thing as the present form. And then qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, same. It's like the present form. Que nous parlions and que vous parliez, it's exactly the same thing as the imparfait. All right? So normally, and that's the thing, if you watched all the videos, especially the video concerning the present tense and the imparfait, well, you know this subjunctive form already. Let's take a second verb. Que j'écoute, que tu écoutes, qu'il écoute, qu'elle écoute, que nous écoutions, que vous écoutiez, qu'ils écoutent, qu'elles écoutent. And it is exactly the same thing This is like the present, like the present, like the present, and like the present. This is like the imparfait, and this is like the imparfait. Okay? Parler is to speak or to talk. Écouter, to listen. Alright? So now let's see how it goes for the second group. Alright? So second group, I took the classic example, finir, to finish or to end. Que je finisse, que tu finisses, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse, que nous finissions, que vous finissiez, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse. Okay, so you can see that, well, you've got the endings es, ions, sorry, iez, ent. Alright? And then, que je choisisse, que tu choisisses, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse, que nous choisissions, que vous choisissiez, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse. Alright? So the good thing is that for the second group of verbs, well, basically you don't have any difference, any major difference between the je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, and il, elle. You've got the same first part, okay? You just need to put the endings after. Alright? So, third group now, and I took the verb partir, que je parte, que tu partes, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte, que nous partions, que vous partiez, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte. Same thing here, not really difficult because anyway, it is exactly the same form. You just need to add at the end the endings. Parte, 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 partions, partiez, parte. Let's take another example. The verb mettre, to put, que je mette, que tu mettes, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette, que nous mettions, que vous mettiez, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette. So you can see that for these verbs it's exactly the same thing. So actually the first part will stay the same. You just need to put the endings according to what we saw previously. So es, ions, iez, ent. Okay, but then of course we've got some irregular verbs because we're talking about French language. So let's start now. And so the verb faire, to do, will become que je fasse. Okay, so here you've got the ending, and so it does mean that this first part will stay the same. You just need to change the endings. Que tu fasses es, qu'il fasse etc., etc. Alright? Savoir will give you que je sache. Okay? Same thing here. Is here, but then of course you will take it away, and after that you will put the endings that we saw es, ions, iez, ent, according to the person, of course. And then pouvoir, can, will give you que je puisse. Exactly the same thing here. You take the away, and then you put the endings according to the person. Okay, so remember, faire, to do, que je fasse, savoir, to know, que je sache, pouvoir, can, que je puisse. All right? And then, well, of course, as I did put that, I forgot that. Ending es, ions, iez, ent. Of course, we've got some more tricky verbs, and aller is usually one of them. Aller means to go. Have a look. Que j'aille, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous allions, que vous alliez, qu'ils aillent, qu'elles aillent. Okay, sorry, I did forget the feminine form here. Okay, so que j'aille, listen to me, aille, okay, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous, and that's the difference here, allions, okay, que vous alliez, okay, I don't make the liaison just for you to listen carefully, alliez, okay, so if you want to make the liaison, que vous alliez, okay, and then qu'ils aillent, and the feminine form, qu'elles aillent, all right, and so the other tricky verb is vouloir, want, que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. All right? Same thing here. We'll have a quite important difference between the je, tu, il and nous, vous. Okay? Que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. And of course, we'll finish with être and avoir because they are usually quite tricky. Être, so to be, will give you at the subjonctif que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, so as usual, good news is that soit, and then soit here. You write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. Okay, and then soyons here for nous, soyez for vous. So I repeat, que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. And last but not least, avoir, to have, que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Alright, so same thing here, est, and est. Phonetically the same, but try to remember how to write them, okay? And then ayons, ayez. So let's read them one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Le passé du subjonctif. So remember in the previous video we saw le présent du subjonctif, and in that video or in this video we'll discover together how to make this past form of the subjonctif. Okay, so as in all the videos I've been making for the tenses or the modes, then it will be divided in two parts. The first part, l'utilisation or l'emploi, sorry, when do we use it, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay, so let's start with l'utilisation. And so remember that we will use this passé du subjonctif to express, of course, something that happened in the past, but then the expression of le regret, la satisfaction, la désapprobation, and la surprise. Okay, so if you want to express this regret, satisfaction, désapprobation could be translated as disapproval, and then surprise. Okay, so the first one, regret. Okay, let's have a look at it. And we've got these structures. C'est dommage que, okay, it is a pity that, okay, and then if you continue with a past structure, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Dommage que, well, exactly the same thing, but then it's more spoken because you've been dropping the subject and the verb, okay, so you can use that orally. In maybe not in formal situations, it would be better to use this c'est dommage que, okay? And then regretter, to regret, que, okay? And after that, you should put this passé du subjonctif, of course, if what comes after should be at the past form, all right? Then we'll see la satisfaction, okay? So here are the structures that we could use. C'est bien que, it is good that. Je suis content que, I am happy that, or then just as we had previously, content que, okay, so you just drop the subject and the verb, and then in that case it's more spoken, less formal. And ça me fait plaisir, it pleases me, that, okay, so if you want to introduce something in the past after, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Désapprobation, and so we could have this ça m'ennuie que, it annoys me that, ça m'agace que, it bothers me that, je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that, okay, and the same thing, what's coming after, if you want to express something in the past, then it should be le passé du subjonctif. And last but not least, la surprise, the surprise. C'est bizarre que, bizarre, strange, it's strange that. Je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that. C'est drôle que, it's funny that. And if you want to express something after at the past, it should be le passé du subjonctif. Okay, so now we'll see how to make this passé du subjonctif. And first, well, the best way will be to have a look at, well, this first sentence, que je mange, and it is the subjonctif présent form, okay? And the second one, que j'ai mangé. This is le passé du subjonctif. Second example, que tu regardes. Same thing here, you've got the subjonctif présent, and que tu aies regardé. Here you've got the subjonctif passé. And the third example, qu'il aille, so it's the verb aller, to go, and it's the subjonctif présent. Qu'il soit allé, and here we've got as well le subjonctif passé. So if you have a look at it, first, what can you spot? You can spot that first here and here, you've got avoir, okay, the subjonctif présent form. And then after that, you've got this participe passé here and here. And here, we've got être, and after that, we've got the participe passé form. So from what you see, and so especially now this is unit 10, so I assume that you've been watching the previous videos that we've been making, or I've been making, concerning the composed tenses. And maybe here you can see that actually this passé du subjonctif will be constructed like all the composed tenses that we saw so far. So first, avoir, and then it should be at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. Or, in some cases, you will use être at the subjonctif présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. So it's quite interesting because this passé du subjonctif is not really tricky when you think about the way it is made, okay? Because it will follow exactly the same rules as we've been seeing so far. So first, if you're not sure, you put avoir, okay? But then definitely you should know the conjugation of avoir at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you'll get your subjonctif passé. Remember, for être, as usual, we're talking about exceptions, and here they come. Aller, to go. Arriver, to arrive. Descendre, to go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to enter, to come in. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. Venir, to come. All these verbs will be requiring être at this passé du subjonctif. Okay? And then, of course, as we saw previously, all the reflexive verbs, so se regarder, s'appeler, for instance, se présenter, they will require être. So as long as you've got these verbs, you know, se something, then you should keep in mind that you will have to construct them with être. And of course, they will behave a bit differently because you will have to add little things, but we'll see that in this lesson, don't worry. Okay? So now we should definitely review one more time the subjunctif présent form of avoir and être, because these are the first forms that we will use to construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay? And so avoir goes like que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, so remember one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, and then être will go like que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, and then one more time, just for the fun. Que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. All right, so try to remember them by heart, because especially if you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, these forms are the first one that you will have to put, okay? Normally the second part, well, at this point you should start to remember them. This participe passé form should be quite okay, but then don't worry, we'll work on that, okay? Because, well, the thing you get to remember when it comes to the participe passé form is that for the first group of verbs, or regular verbs ending with er, it will be quite easy, because if we take the verb parler, to talk, to speak, so it's ending with this er, and then this participe passé will be parler with the accent. Okay? Regarder, to watch, same rule, it will end with this accent aigu. And then even aller, this tricky verb from the third group, aller means to go, even this one is quite easy when it comes to the participe passé, because it will be aller. Second group of verbs, not all the er, remember, but then regular, and they're quite easy to make, because the verb like choisir, to choose, so ending with er, will become choisi. Okay? Finir, to finish, to end, will become fini. All right, and then unir, to unite, will become uni. All right, so er will become i. Of course, the third group of verb is quite tricky. I've been making a video regarding this participe passé thing, so if it's not clear for you, I would advise you to watch this video. But then, well, some subgroups, but of course they don't include everything. But so far, let's do that. So, U, connaître, to know, will become connu. Okay? Voir, so OIR, will become vu, U. All right? So, I, partir, will become parti. Rire, so IRE, will become ri. Okay? And then the IT, phonetically you pronounce I, because final T is not pronounced, but still. Écrire, to write, écrit. By the way, partir is to leave, rire is to laugh, okay? So, écrire, to write, will become écrit. Dire, to say, will become dit. All right? And then ES now, final S not pronounced, but still you need to write it. Mettre, for instance, EWTRE, will become mi, ES. Prendre, ENDRE, will become pris. All right, but then if you're not sure, as I said, watch the video, because it will be useful. And then let's take the verb parler, as we had, and let's put the passé du subjonctif form, so it goes like that. Que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. All right, so as we saw, first you put avoir at the subjunctive present form, then you put your participe passé, and you will get here a beautiful passé du subjonctif. Okay, and if you noticed, I've been putting this accent aigu in orange just to show you that in normal structures like this one, when you've got first the subject and after that the verb, you shouldn't put anything after your, or at the end of your participe passé. So even if, like here, the subject is feminine, nothing comes after. Okay? So, que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. Alright, so that's the passé du subjonctif for the verb parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, but then, of course, we've got some tricky things, and if you remember from the past tenses that we saw, it's exactly the same rule. If we take, well, these verbs that will require être, like you see here, qu'il soit allé. Okay, remember we saw that aller needs to be conjugated with être, like here, qu'il soit allé. So here, aller will end with accent aigu like that. But then if we put the feminine form, so qu'elle soit allée, it will be exactly as we saw for all the other composed tenses. You will have to put at the end of your participe passé the mark of the feminine. And at the end is the mark of the feminine. If you've got the plural, like here, il at the plural form, so soit, and then aller, well, you should put the mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé, and s is the mark of the plural. And last but not least, if you've got, like here, the feminine plural, so qu'elle soit allée, remember to put at the end of your participe passé first the mark of the feminine, so then the mark of the plural, s. The good thing, as usual in French, is you will pronounce it aller, 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 and aller. So technically you don't pronounce the final you don't pronounce the final s, and you don't pronounce the final es. But still, you should write them. Okay? So let's see now the full thing for aller, and it goes like that. Que je sois allé, okay, I won't make the liaison just to make it more clear, okay, que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. Alright, and now with the liaison, because I know that you want them, que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, remember, no liaison when we've got these two, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. All right? And then now we can see these famous verbs, reflexive verbs, okay? So the one that we saw with the se something, okay? Que je me sois présenté. Okay, so it will go like that. Que je, and then remember for these reflexive verbs, you've got to put this me, so for je me sois présenté. Okay? Que je me sois présenté, que tu te sois présenté. Okay, so we'll have to add this te. Qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée, que nous nous soyons présentés, que vous vous soyez présenté, qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée. All right, so remember here, so you've got the option of the feminine. Same thing here. So here the masculine because it's il, he. Here you've got the feminine because it's elle, she. All right. Here you get the plural form, and then masculine plural, so accent aigu s, and then accent aigu es for the feminine plural here, qu'elle se soit présentée. Okay? All right. So if there is one thing to remember, it is the following. If you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, first you will have to put avoir at the subjonctif présent, then your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. In all these exceptions that we saw, être, subjonctif présent, and the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé form. Le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So it will be one of few videos that I wanted to make regarding the subjunctive. So we've been introducing the subjunctive in the two previous videos, and then we'll see in this lesson and in the coming lessons when do we use this subjunctive form, because that's normally one of the big questions that students ask me. Okay, and so this first video will concentrate on le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So let's discover together when do we use le subjonctif. So we will use le subjonctif after bien que. Okay, bien que. À supposer que, ok, à supposer que, en admettant que, en admettant que, avant que, avant que, ok, so let's repeat them, bien que, à supposer que, en admettant que, avant que. Okay, so keep in mind, after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue now. Encore que. Encore que. Quoique. Quoique. De crainte que. De crainte que. De peur que. De peur que. Okay, so one more time. Encore que, quoique, de crainte que, de peur que. And then remember, after these expressions, we will use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue. À condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, all right, so one more time, à condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, and remember, after these expressions, you will use le subjonctif. De sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, okay, one more time, de sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, and then remember, after them, you will use le subjonctif. Jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que, one more time, jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que. And remember, after these, you will use le subjonctif. Le subjonctif, so we'll continue because we've been seeing that in the previous video as well. But then, if you want to express l'opinion, le doute, or la possibilité, then with these things, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, opinion, doute would be doubt, and then possibilité, possibility. Okay, so let's see together when are we going to use le subjonctif, and we are going to use le subjonctif after these expressions. So, il est douteux que. Okay, il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. Il est peu probable que. Okay, so one more time. Il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. And remember, after these little things, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue now. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. And after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? Let's continue. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. Il est juste que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. And all these expressions will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? So we continue. Accepter que. Okay? Accepter que. Douter que. Douter que. S'attendre à ce que. S'attendre à ce que. Détester que. Détester que. Chercher, and then something, qui, and after, it will be followed by the subjonctif. Okay? So, one more time. Accepter que, douter que, s'attendre à ce que, détester que, chercher qui, okay? And that will be followed by le subjonctif. Well, if you want to express les sentiments et les émotions, so sentiments, feelings, and emotions, in many cases you will have to use le subjonctif, okay? And we'll see together all these expressions that will normally be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il est étonnant que. Il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. Il est bizarre que. Il est rare que. Il est rare que. Okay, one more time. So, il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. And then, il est rare que. Remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Il est regrettable que. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. Il est étrange que. Il est surprenant que. Il est surprenant que. Il est dommage que. Il est dommage que. So one more time. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. Il est surprenant que. And il est dommage que. And remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue. Il est utile que. Il est utile que. Il est inutile que. Il est inutile que. Apprécier que. Apprécier que. Avoir peur que. Avoir peur que. Être étonné que. Être étonné que. So one more time. Il est utile que. Il est inutile que. apprécier que, avoir peur que, être étonné que, will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Avoir honte que, avoir honte que, se réjouir que, se réjouir que, être content que, être content que, être heureux que, être heureux que, être triste que, être triste que. So one more time. Avoir honte que, se réjouir que, être content que, être heureux que, être triste que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Être désolé que, être désolé que, être surpris que, être surpris que, déplorer que, déplorer que, redouter que, redouter que, craindre que, craindre que. So one more time. Être désolé que, être surpris que, déplorer que, redouter que, craindre que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Détester que, détester que, aimer que, aimer que, adorer que, adorer que, regretter que, regretter que, so one more time, détester que, aimer que, adorer que, regretter que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll continue our big thing regarding le subjonctif, and in that case we'll see, well, when you want to express what we call les conseils, les désirs et les ordres. Okay, so conseil could be translated as advices, désir, desires, and then ordre, orders. Okay, so we'll see expressions that will require le subjonctif after them. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il vaut mieux que. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. Il est nécessaire que. So remember one more time. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's continue. Il faut que. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. Il est urgent que. OK? One more time. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. OK? And it continues. Demander que. Demander que. Éviter que. Éviter que. Exiger que. Exiger que. Désirer que. Désirer que. Interdire que. Interdire que. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Demander que. Éviter que. Exiger que. Désirer que. Interdire que. And all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Tenir à ce que. Tenir à ce que. Aimer mieux que. Aimer mieux que. s'opposer que, s'opposer que, commander que, commander que, donner l'ordre que, donner l'ordre que. One more time. Tenir à ce que, aimer mieux que, s'opposer que, commander que, donner l'ordre que, and they should be followed by le subjonctif. Ordonner que, ordonner que, permettre que, permettre que, préférer que, préférer que, empêcher que, empêcher que, proposer que, proposer que, one more time, ordonner que, permettre que, préférer que, empêcher que, proposer que, and they should be followed by le subjonctif. Recommander que, recommander que, suggérer que, suggérer que, vouloir que, vouloir que, souhaiter que, souhaiter que, one more time, recommander que, suggérer que, vouloir que, souhaiter que, and remember, they should be followed by le subjonctif. And that's it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website imagier.net is also waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. This one will concentrate on les structures à la forme négative. So remember, structures in which the verbs will be at the negative forms, and we'll discover, well, these structures. Okay, so the first one is il ne paraît pas que. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. So we've got this me like that just because it would be possible to put someone else. Il ne te semble pas, il ne lui semble pas, etc. Okay? Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Okay, so one more time. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ça continue. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. Ce n'est pas que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas espérer que. Ne pas espérer que. And now I will make the liaison. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas espérer que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que. Ne pas savoir que. Okay, so one more time. Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. ne pas vouloir dire que, ne pas dire que, ne pas penser que, ne pas savoir que, and all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif, le participe présent, okay? And so, well, this video will be divided in two parts. The first one, when do we use it? So, l'emploi, okay? And the second part, how do we make it? So, la formation, all right? So, we'll first start with the l'emploi. So, how do we, or when do we use this participe présent? One of the first and most common way to use le participe présent is to construct what we call le gérondif. And then le gérondif, normally you will write it or you will construct it with la préposition en, like that, and you will put your participe présent form, so the form that we'll discover in this video, okay? And the idea of this gérondif is just to express two actions, so des actions simultanées, so two things are taking place at the same time, okay? So you've got this gérondif form that you can use to express this thing. For instance, il marche en écoutant de la musique. Okay, so it's in red, this écoutant, just to show you that this is what we call le participe présent here. So first you get this en and then écoutant. So il marche, marcher is to walk, so he's walking. En écoutant, okay, and remember, so if we use this gérondif form, as I said, we want to express the fact that two things are happening at the same time. Écouter is to listen, okay, so il marche, he's walking, and he's listening to some music, so il écoute de la musique. And in that case, well, you use en écoutant, and then you want to express the fact that it's happening at the same time. Il marche en écoutant de la musique. Alright, so that's the first use of this gérondif form. The second use is, of course, to use or to express two actions, donc des actions simultanées, but then in that case it's possible to write or to construct that without this preposition en, but keep in mind that it's in most of the cases you will use these structures when you write, principalement à l'écrit, okay? Normally, if you want to use it orally, you will use this gérondif form, so the form that we saw previously, okay? But then it's possible to use it like that, so think about that, and it's mostly if you want to write it. So, regardant le frigo, okay, regarder is to watch or to look, frigo, the fridge. Elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so she tells herself, if you want, that she must go and buy some food. Donc, regardant le frigo, elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so in that case, when you put this participe présent here, well, clearly it's because you want to say that this first thing here and the second thing here, well, they are happening at the same time. Okay, but keep in mind that this structure is when you write. If you want to use it orally, then in that case you should use this preposition en first and then use this form that we call gérondif that we saw a few minutes before. Okay. And then the last use of this participe présent is if you want pour remplacer une subordonnée relative. Okay, so we saw previously les pronoms relatifs. Okay, so if you don't know what une subordonnée relative is, I definitely advise you to try to find les pronoms relatifs, and it will be more clear. And so we can, you know, take this example like with qui. Les personnes qui parlent, all right, so in that case, les personnes qui parlent, so the persons who are talking, speaking, okay, so in the first one, well, you get this pronom relatif, qui, and then you get the verb, okay, but it's possible to replace this qui parle with le participe présent, so you will get les personnes parlant. Alright, so it's the last use that we've got of this participe présent, and it's quite common. It's not really rare. I mean, we tend to use it quite normally, as well, when you write or when you talk. Okay, so it's quite useful to know how to well, make it and then when to use it, okay? And so that's what we'll discover in the second part. So how do we make this participe présent form? It is quite easy, especially at this level now, because you will have to, well, first know the new form of the verb at the present time, so at the present tense, sorry. Nous parlons, okay? And then if you remember, this ONS ending is usually the ending for nous, so first you need to spot it, then you will take it away. So we keep this P-A-R-L part, and at the end we will add A-N-T. Alright, so we get here this participe présent form. Okay, so remember, nous form at the present tense, and then you spot the ending ONS, you take it away, you get parle like that, and then you just add this A-N-T at the end, and you will get this participe présent. Okay, so I took, just to start, this parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, and it's the first group, so it's actually quite easy to make. Let's see now. Second group, finir, to finish or to end, and so we get nous finissons, remember, the new form of the present tense, nous finissons, and it's exactly the same rule, so you spot or you try to find the ending here, it's O-N-S, okay, we'll do exactly the same thing, so we'll take it away, and we get finisse, like that, F-E-N-E-S-S, alright, and we just follow the same rule, so we just add at the end A-N-T, like that here, and we get finissant, okay, and this form is the participe présent. Okay, let's see now a verb from the third group. So normally third group, you know, just we've got the irregular verbs, so of course it's quite interesting to have a look at them. And then I just took the verb prendre. Prendre is to take, and then we get the form nous prenons. Okay, nous prenons, exactly the same thing, so we spot this ONS, so the ending, we take it away and we get P-R-E-N, and after that we just add this A-N-T ending and we get prenons. Alright, so it's actually quite easy to make, especially if you master quite well the present tense. Normally at this level you should. Okay, so let's see. Nous parlons, so you get parle, and participe présent, parlant. Nous finissons, finissent, and then you will get finissant. Then nous prenons, prennent, prenant. Alright, but then of course, you know now French language, and we've got exceptions. But the good thing is that we've got only 3 exceptions. The first one is être, and it will give you étant. So étant will be the participe présent form of être. Être is to be. And then avoir, of course, to have, and you will get ayant. Okay, ayant will be the participe présent form of avoir. And the last one will be savoir. Savoir is to know, and we will get sachant. Okay, sachant. So étant for être, ayant for avoir, and then sachant for savoir. Le gérondif together, so we've been introducing that a little bit in the previous lesson in which we saw le participe présent, but then this video will be only for le gérondif. Okay, so I hope after that everything will be clear, and so we can start. So as usual, this video will be divided in 2 parts. The first one will be l'emploi, so when do we use it, and the second part would be la formation, how do we make this gérondif form. Okay, so let's start now with l'emploi. Okay, and so le gérondif, normally if you want to make or to construct this gérondif, you will first have to use la préposition en, and after that you will have to add your participe présent form. Okay, so this gérondif will express 2 actions that will take place at the same time, so action simultanée. Alright, so the example is quite simple here. Il marche, okay, en écoutant de la musique. So you can see that in this sentence here, we've got first il marche, so he is walking, marcher is to walk. En écoutant, so here we've got this preposition en, as we saw here. That's the first part of your gérondif. And the second part here is the participe présent, écouter. So the verb écouter is to listen, and this is the participe présent form de la musique. So in that case, you just want to express that he's walking and at the same time he's listening to music. Okay, so il marche en écoutant de la musique. All right? So let's see now how do we make this gérondif. So remember, as we saw previously, first you will have to use la préposition en, then you will have to use le participe présent, and you will get a beautiful gérondif. Remember the way to make this participe présent form. Normally you will have to master the present tense, and normally if you take, well, if we take the example of parler, parler is to speak or to talk, okay, we'll get nous parlons at the present tense of, so the form should be at the nous person, and so you will actually spot here the ending ons, okay, and the idea is to take it away, so you get parle, and after that you will add ant, and you will get parlant, okay. This will be this participe présent form that you will have to add after your preposition en, okay. Second group, finir, to finish, to end, nous finissons, okay, and it will be exactly the same way to proceed. So we spot this ons, so the ending, we take it away and we get finissent, and after that we just add this ant ending and we'll get finissant. So this is the participe présent form. Third group, to take, prendre, nous prenons, present tense. Same thing here, we spot the ending, so ons, we take it away, we get prennent, and then participe présent will be prenant. All right, so remember, nous parlons, parle, parlant, nous finissons, finissent, finissant, nous prenons, so prennent, and then prenant. Okay, so it's quite easy to make. Of course, we've got exceptions, only 3, and that's a good thing. The first one is être, to be, so it will give you étant, so this is the participe présent form. Avoir will give you ayant, avoir is to have, and then savoir, to know, will give you sachant. Okay, so only 3 exceptions, and it's a good thing in French, because normally we've got more exceptions, so only 3. Être, étant, avoir, ayant, savoir, sachant. Okay, so let's see now 2 examples. So I wanted to write them just to make it clear that make it sure that everything is clear. I will manage. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. Okay, so il mange, manger is to eat, et il regarde, regarder is to watch, la télévision, en même temps, the expression means at the same time. So in that case, in that sentence, it would be possible, of course, to write this sentence like that. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. But then, as we saw, and that's the whole idea of this video, we've got this gérondif form possibility just to avoid well, repeating this or using this en même temps, okay, and just to make it, well, shorter. So in that case, what we could do is we could, well, keep the first part, of course, il mange, all right, and then instead of il regarde la télévision en même temps, well, this en même temps will go away, because at the same time we don't need to repeat it, because, well, that's the whole concept of the gérondif, and then we just need to transform il regarde, all right, so it will become regardant for the participe présent form, and just before we'll put this preposition. So il mange en regardant la télévision. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing, but then, of course, the sentence is much shorter. And then the second example that we could have here, elle dessine et elle téléphone à son ami en même temps. Okay, so dessiner is to draw, téléphoner, well, to phone, à son ami, at her friend en même temps, at the same time. Okay, so exactly the same thing. We just want to make the sentence shorter and lighter. So we'll keep first, of course, elle dessine. So the first verb should be here. But then here we've got et elle téléphone. So we should modify this téléphone and then put the participe présent form. So the participe présent form of téléphoner is téléphonant. Okay, before that we put la préposition en. And we continue the sentence à son ami. And that's it. Elle dessine en téléphonant à son ami. Le superlatif. So the superlative in English, it would be the most or the least. Okay, so we'll see how to make it in French. So first, we'll see how to express this the most expression in English. And of course, in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form, le plus, the feminine form, la plus, and the plural form, les plus. Okay, so keep in mind that I don't pronounce this final S here, so we get le plus, la plus, les plus. Okay, and then if we want to express this the least, in French it will be le moins, feminine form, la moins, and then the plural form, les moins. Okay, so le moins, remember when we combine this O-I-N together, we get the sound ouin, 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 okay, and we don't pronounce this final S. Le moins, la moins, les moins, okay? So, let's see now. Le plus, le moins, la plus, la moins, les plus, les moins. And normally, in most of the cases, they will be followed by whether an adjective or then an adverb, okay? And in this video, we'll see how to construct this superlative form, first with an adjective and after that with an adverb, okay? So, first part adjective, second part adverb, and then we'll discover in this first part les adjectifs. So, how to construct un superlatif avec un adjectif. And I wanted to, well, take some easy sentences just to make it as clear as possible, okay? And so this sentence is quite simple but quite interesting if you have a look at it. Il est le plus grand. Okay, so this is le superlatif. We take the adjective grand and it's tall, okay? Il est le plus grand. So have a look here. We've got le, just because we've got the subject here, il, okay? And it's masculine, singular, le, and then plus, and we put the adjective grand just right after. Okay? If you have a look at the feminine form, it's quite interesting because you've got elle, so she, elle est la plus grande. So the first thing that we've got to see is that we will use this la, okay, because it's the feminine form, so we should put la, it's the singular, feminine, so la, plus doesn't change. And have a look at your adjective, so grand. You will have to add this at the end of your adjective just to get the feminine form of your adjective, okay? Keep in mind that we've got some adjectives that change a little bit more than this one. If we want to put the feminine form, we saw that in a previous video, so if you want to have a look, you should, well, use the search engine of the channel and use this adjective keyword, okay? And then if you have a look now at the plural form, ils sont les plus grands, okay? So here we will put this plural form because we've got ils here, they, okay? So les plus, and then have a look at your adjective here, grand. Remember, we will put this final S at the end of the adjective just to mark the plural form. And for the feminine form here, so we've got the elles, so they, but the feminine form, elles sont. So les will stay the same, okay? So it's quite a good news because les will cover the plural, so whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, les here, okay? But then your adjective grand, of course, should first have this mark of the feminine and S mark of the plural form, Okay, so let's see how they sound now. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. Okay, so phonetically, what you can hear is that this first form here for the masculine, grand, so you don't pronounce the final D, will be exactly the same as the plural form for the masculine, grand. You don't pronounce the final D, you don't the D here, and you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, so grand, and then same thing here, grand. And regarding the feminine form, you will pronounce it grande. Okay, don't insist on the final but then pronounce this D, grande, and then exactly the same pronunciation, grande. All right, so you don't pronounce this final S. Okay, so one more time. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. All right. So what if we put this least concept? So it would be il est le moins grand. So it will follow exactly the same rule. So first you will put this le just because it's masculine, and then you put your adjective after. Elle est la moins grande. Okay, keep in mind that you will have to put the feminine form of the adjective here, and then you will put this largest because the subject is feminine. Okay, ils sont les moins grands. Okay, for the plural, les, and then s at the end of your adjective. Elles sont les moins grandes, so les for the plural, and then s at the end of your adjective for the feminine plural form. Okay, let's see now if you want to construct this superlative form with an adverb. Okay, so il marche le plus vite. Okay, marcher is to walk, and vite means fast. Il marche le plus vite. All right. If you want to put the feminine form, elle marche la plus vite. So the good news here is that your adverb vite will stay exactly the same. So you don't need, and look for the plural, il marche le plus vite. You don't need to modify it. You just put it after this le plus or la plus or les plus. Okay? And then you don't need to put whether the mark of the feminine or the mark of the plural, it doesn't change at all. So, il marche le plus vite, elle marche la plus vite, il marche les plus vite, elle marche les plus vite. Okay, so it's quite simple, and then logically, for the least, il marche le moins vite, elle marche la moins vite, il marche les moins vite, elle marche les moins vite. Alright, so exactly the same thing. Le for the masculine singular, la for the feminine singular, and then you've got les for the plural form. Moins, 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 and your adverb, and it doesn't change whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural. Okay? Keep in mind that if you want to construct this superlative, and then after that you want to introduce what we call un complément, you will have to put de. So, the example here, il est le plus intelligent de la famille, of the family. It's exactly the same thing in French. We've got to use this complément de la famille. Okay? But then have a look here. Of course, as usual in French, when we combine this de and then the article le, it will become du. Okay, so il est le plus intelligent de la famille. So it's the feminine form here, de la famille. Elle est la plus grande du quartier. Quartier, neighborhood. Du quartier. So it's masculine. Okay? Le superlatif avec un nom. Okay, so le superlatif, remember it's the most or the least in English. Okay, we saw in the previous video how to construct it with an adjective or an adverb, and in that case here it will be a really short one, but still if we want to construct this superlative form with a noun, avec un nom, let's see how we'll make that. So it's quite simple because you don't really need to care about whether it's masculine, feminine or plural. You just put le plus de or le moins de, so the most, the least, okay? And after that you will put your noun. Okay, le plus de, le moins de, and then your noun. Okay, so let's have a look now how to construct it. C'est la ville, this is the town. Où, where, il y a, there is, le plus de fontaines. Fontaines, fountains. C'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines. And then, c'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Voiture, car. So, let's have a look at these two sentences, sorry. The first thing that we've got to spot is, well, here it's le plus, and here it's le moins, so you don't really care whether it's masculine or if feminine or plural. You just put le plus, the most, le moins, the least. And then remember that you will have to put your preposition de right after, and have a look, because your noun, fontaine and voiture here, should be without any articles before. Okay, so c'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines, sorry. C'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Okay, and that's the way that you can use if you want to construct this superlatif avec un nom. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll see together how to construct these structures or sentences when you want to start with if. If in French it's si. Okay, so les structures avec si. So let's start now. The first option we'll have is if we want to express la possibilité. The second one, le désir. And the last one, le regret. Okay, so possibilité, possibility, désir, desire, and then regret, regret. And so we'll start with la possibilité. So if we want to express this possibilité thing, the first option we'll have is si, and it will be constructed with the présent, and it will be followed by le futur. Okay, so let's have an example here. Si tu viens à la maison, okay, venir is to come, à la maison, at home, nous ferons, so that's the future form of faire, so we will do, un gâteau, a cake. Okay, si tu viens à la maison, nous ferons un gâteau. All right, so that's the, well, first, construction that we could have, and in that case it's si tu viens à la maison, so it's a possibility, nous ferons un gâteau. Second example, si elle achète une voiture, acheter is to buy, une voiture, a car, nous partirons en vacances avec elle. Partir here, okay, to leave, and then you've got the future form, we will leave en vacances, in vacation, on the holidays, avec elle, with her. Okay, so you can see that in that case, you've got first here the present form, and it's followed by the future form. Okay, so this is quite easy to make. Okay, remember, si plus présent, then the future. We've got a second possibility if we want to express this idea, and it's si plus le présent, followed by l'impératif. Let's have a look now. The first one. Si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas. Okay? And it's quite common to use this structure. So, si vous avez des questions, so avoir is to have. If you have des questions, some questions, n'hésitez pas, don't hesitate. Okay? And you can see that in that structure, well, we've got si, and then we've got the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay? Second example, si vous êtes pressé, okay, être, to be, and then pressé, in a hurry. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. And here you get prenez, prendre, to take. Un taxi, a cab. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. All right? So remember, it would be possible to use this si and then the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay? So keep in mind, if we want to express this possibility thing, the first one, si, and then the present form followed by the future, or si, and then the present form followed by l'impératif. Second category, if you want to express the desire, le désir. And then normally, we will use si avec l'imparfait, and it should be followed by le conditionnel présent. Ok? Donc si plus imparfait, and then conditionnel présent. Let's take one example here. Si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. Si je gagnais, gagner is to win, au loto, je ferais, it's the conditional form of to do, faire, okay, so I would do, okay, le tour du monde. Okay, so I would travel around the world if you want, but then in French we would use this, je ferais le tour du monde. Okay, and then the idea is that here it's a desire, it's something that you would like to do, okay, but maybe it would happen, but you're not sure about that. Okay, so si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. And then the second example, si elle pouvait, elle prendrait une semaine de vacances. Okay, so here you've got this pouvoir form, can, and it's at the imparfait form, and it's followed by the conditionnel présent, prendre, to take, okay, une semaine, 1 week, de vacances, vacation, okay, holiday. So if she could, she would take 1 week off if you want, okay, or vacation week. But then in French, remember that we will construct this sentence first with si, and it should be followed by l'imparfait, and that's the rule. Then after that, you will put this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so this is normally the tricky construction, because in many cases students will start to make this si, and then as in it's the case in many languages, they would put this first the conditionnel présent, and then it would be followed by the conditionnel présent. But no, in French, keep in mind that si, then you will put this imparfait form, je gagnais, elle pouvait, and after that you will put this conditionnel présent, je ferais, elle prendrait. Okay, and the last one, le regret. And only if we want to express this regret concept, then we will start with si, and it should be followed by le plus que parfait, and after that you will put, hop, conditionnel passé. So this structure is really when you regret something. So it's over now. It's not possible to change anything because it's in the past, okay? But then, let's see one example. Si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris un café. Okay, and the main concept in that, with that structure, is that it's over, so it's not possible, so you just regret that. Si j'avais eu le temps, okay, so if you can spot this thing, it's avoir, and it's at the, sorry, plus que parfait form, okay, si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris, here it's prendre, to take, and if you have a look, it's at the conditionnel passé form, un café. Okay, let's see the second example. Si vous aviez vu le film, vous auriez pleuré. Okay, so here you have voir, okay, and it's the plus que parfait form. Vous auriez pleuré. Here you get pleurer, okay, to cry, and it's at the conditionnel passé form. Okay, so that's the, well, classic structure that you can use if you want to express regrets, okay, with this if structure. Okay, well, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Bye bye.